All right, we're gonna find out these Berth Black Hats got licenses for this Fright Night they're about to run. All right.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, definitely not. But you also kind of are doing something a little unprecedented. All right, we're back. Just so everyone knows, thank you for hanging around if you're still here. Just to quickly recap the beginning of the session, we are barreling towards our first Fright Night here. Everyone has gone through and done some sort of preparation, whether it's advertising, marketing, reinforcing the physical or the spiritual defenses of the warehouse.
SWOT analysis.
Yeah, SWOT. There's a SWOT analysis being done. There's a perch statement. There's a perch chart. There's other marketing buzzwords that people sell textbooks on, all being done at your behest. And currently in the warehouse, each of the Berth Black Hats has returned. I guess for posterity, Cormac is around, right? Because he wanted to like fill his head with some stories of Cormac's youth. It goes interestingly, Cobb, by the way. Cormac doesn't really conjure up a coherent thread, but he certainly says some wild shit that kind of amazes Pierre. Among you are the grinders, Hugo, Dewar, and Louise. And everyone kind of comes back at different times, but close enough together to say that you can start idle chit chat once you've all arrived. And I'll turn the tables to you.
Can I call for a flashback?
We're not on a score.
I know, but I just want to say I remembered to bring the wine bottle.
You can just do that.
Okay.
You were in the dock area.
When there's no steak, stuff like that is free.
That could be a steak. We don't know yet.
No, you took Hugo to grab the wine bottle, and he goes, I've seen that wine before. It's pretty valuable, isn't it? He has definitely not seen this wine before, Cassius.
Don't drop it.
Oh, you're having him hold it.
No, no.
No, okay.
He was like
I was grabbing a fortune die.
So
is everyone back at this point, by the way? I just wanted to clarify that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
while Cormac has Pierre distracted, I want to get our heads together.
Do you want to go to the office?
Yeah, sure.
Step into my office.
You guys step into a drywall propped up office with no ceiling and no insulation.
So, that man out there is Pierre. He runs a shop called the Skeleton's Closet. Some of you might remember we got some of the supplies for the scale from there. And he's been helping me make some preparations. The way it is right now, if everything goes calmly and normally, we should be just fine. But if anything unpredictable happens, we might be in some trouble. Not just us, but the crowds and the ghosts. Basically, if anything unpredictable happens, I won't be able to predict what happens. So, he can help with that. He's a whisper himself. He can help keep everything under control. Not to mention that he's got access to a little better supplies than I do, and he could really help us improve the security of the whole thing. I wouldn't bring him on as a partner, and I'm wary about spending coin we don't necessarily have right now, but he will do it for coin. But I get the feeling that we've got something that he wants, and that's the excitement. I get the feeling he's a man who likes a challenge, likes novelty, likes seeing and doing and experiencing new things. And his shop's got a monopoly down here, so he hasn't had that sort of thing for a long time. I bet there's a way that we can, we can get him to help us, just for the sake of being involved in something this novel and exciting. Offer him a front row seat at every fight type of thing. But I don't exactly know how to get there, and I figure Cassius is he's better with people than I am, and I get the feeling he's a kindred spirit when it comes to being involved in something new and exciting. So I thought maybe you would be able to have a word with him and see if you could get him to help secure everything around here from an arcane perspective for payment in excitement rather than coin or status or that sort of thing. You
Cormac
think?
is not here.
No, Cormac is we're
Did I say
yeah,
Cormac? I meant Cassius.
Oh, no, you did. Wait.
You're the talker, and you're also the thrill seeker. I figure you and
you're
him
saying
could
this all to me right now.
Yes, he is.
I'm sorry. You said Cormac at the beginning. I was like, I'm paying attention, but I was just
shit.
like,
Sorry,
no, you're
yes,
good.
I
Okay.
wanted to get the whole crew together and sort of spell this out.
Okay.
I see an opportunity here, and do you, Cassius, think that you could get through to him? Mano a mano, that sort of thing. See eye to eye, get him to see our way of things.
Definitely, we'll take the help we can get. I guess we just need to make sure the first show sticks, the landing, and there's another person we have to make sure has a great time tonight. But you know what? It's pretty all-encompassing. Wouldn't be that bad.
Sure. I think if you just have a word with him, let him know how exciting and new this sort of thing is, and get him to think how exciting and novel it would be to be part of it, sort of thing. He might be willing to help out just to say he did, sort of thing.
Right. Sure thing. His name's Pierre, right?
Yeah.
All right. Is he still here?
Yeah, he's Cormac's talking his ear off over there.
All right.
I think I heard something about a rat and a game of Seven Finger Hold'em, and I stopped listening after that. There might have been a candle involved somewhere.
Well, if you tuned out from the old man, I'm sure he did a while before you did, so I'll go save him. All right. So I'm gonna walk out of the office and step over to Pierre and Cormac.
Cormac's in the middle of some thread about playing a game called Coin Shot, where you're bouncing coins off of something, and it's handy to be able to bounce these off the table. It takes a real finesse. It's something I learned back at Dagger Isles. Just on and on.
That's pretty good. That's an admirable Cormac.
Thank you.
I'll plant my hand on his shoulder and be like, "Cobb needs you in the back."
Oh, okay. And he saunters off.
Pierre, is it? I don't think we've had pleasantries exchanged yet.
No, I do not know you yet, Master.
My name is Cassius.
Master
Nice to meet you.
Cassius. My name is Pierre.
Well, I speak on behalf of the group here, and I heard our venture piqued your interest.
To say the least, I think. Master Cobb had told me the particulars on the way over, and I had never heard anything of this sort, and I thought I wanted to see it, I think, Master Cassius.
Well, I believe you offered some sort of aid to Cobb, and needless to say, we're interested. We can use all the help we can get coming through that. But what we'd like to offer you is some exclusivity.
Well, I wanted to appraise the situation first. I had not offered anything just yet, merely my expertise and advice. And then I made my services available, should you want to employ me as a whisper, as I know you call them, I think.
Right. Well, fortunately, we've got a pretty big whale here, and it's got a lot of eyes and a lot of harpoons in it already. But we'd like to make sure you're at the front of the ship, to a degree, if that sounds interesting to you.
I am a man whose business interests will usually see me on land, Master Cassius. Not at the bow of a ship.
It's metaphorical. Anyways, nonetheless, would you be interested in potentially having front row seat at these events, some priority, even some connections we can offer as well?
As a spectator, you mean, and not a
Yes.
employee?
Oh, one and the same.
I need you to clarify what services you would like to ask of me, Master Cassius.
Cobb needs a hand making sure these spirits don't grow restless, and we want to make sure that he is able to do that with your aid, and merely you would be able to just watch the fruits of your labor flourish.
Well, this is not my venture. I am mostly just interested to see how such a thing would work. Master Cobb has told me stories of Scavish traditions where these spirits fight, and I want to see these things for myself. I would be most gracious to accept a front row seat, but I do think that if I was not an employee, it would be better to stand at the back. Wouldn't you agree, Master Cassius?
I would agree. Whichever way that you think is a potent means of enjoying the spectacle for yourself. But
Is it too meta to put a word in Cassius's ear right now?
No?
We don't necessarily need him on as a whisper. He can also provide material support. He runs a shop. He has arcane materials that we could use as well. Just anything to beef us up is good.
okay.
The biggest thing would be these spirit anchors and just like a copious amount of black salt. Just so you know.
Well, your business is mostly what we're interested in, Pierre, and I think that could be the value of above all. And frankly, we could sign you to the brighter side of the books if you're interested in that, or if you're just interested in the spectacle, we can guarantee you always have a spot here.
Well, I do not know if that is something that I would want for a long, extended period of time. I do not think this will go well, if I'm being entirely honest with you. Please forgive me, Master Cassius. But I'd be happy to provide some materials for the first fight, to ensure my own safety, if anything else. But I will be taking them with me after they are expended.
Mind if I gauge you? What do you want, sir?
I am merely interested in seeing the spectacle of Scavish tradition play out, as Master Cobb has described.
Alright, I want to make a sway with this, and say there is no shortage of spectacle. Grisly or bright or frightening, it will occur. That is my promise to you, at least in this venture. And you will always have the ability to view it. You'll have the ability to influence it as well. And I think that's important and recognizable. And I think someone of your business having good words dropped throughout the docks may procure new customers, knowing that when people ask, how in the hell did they get these spirits in here? How are they contained? How is something as powerful as that able to just be contained in here? And we'll drop the line, well, Skeleton's Closet's very gracious.
Roll sway.
What's my P&E?
That's what I'm thinking about. Risky limited.
Okay. Okay, a 5.
A 5. Okay. He looks at you and he goes, Master Cassius, I work with businessmen all day long. Everyone tells me ways to grow my profits. It's not my interest. As you can see, I am doing well. And he shows off, the medals along his Spirit Bane and Demon Bane charms. So it is not being in any part of your book, the brighter or the darker, that I am interested in. I just want to see the spectacle. I am more than willing to provide my assets for tonight and see what I see. And I think that should be enough for our business arrangement today. I am an above-the-board business person, and I do not want to be involved in the underworld.
Can you at least promise us that these talks can continue after the fight?
Of course. It would be, if the fight goes well, I would be happy to continue conversation with you or anyone from your organization, I think.
All right. Well, I'll leave it at that. I'm gonna go fetch Cobb, and I guess we can get things set up for the night.
All right. He takes a bow and departs. He's like, I must return to my store. People might be expecting for the afternoon waves. And he takes off with some speed.
So the final result of that is he'll help out tonight.
Yep. Purely out of
Just-
interest.
Right. He wants to be here and he doesn't want to die doing it, so he's willing to beef it up.
Right.
Yeah.
Like-
At least the big thing is that he's willing to talk to us after.
Yeah,
this time
yes,
goes
for
well.
sure.
So that's
I
the
see
big-
this. I see this as a success with no cost. So,
If albeit a temporary one, it is a genuine success. Yes.
yeah.
Cassius, make sure you get your XP for that.
Ooh, yes.
All right.
All right.
Time to roll engagement, boys. Let me pull up the sheet. I should make this a bookmark because this is a good one to have.
Do you want me to make this roll? Hey, one thing, by the way, I wanted to ask. Can you do macros on? Can you enable macros? I don't know if you have them enabled because whenever I try and drag and drop things from my character sheet to the macro bar on Roll20, I can't.
How do I do it?
I did not know that was a thing you could do.
Okay, I will.
I thought macros was something you needed to turn on in your personal settings.
Well, I know you can create your own.
Oh wait, I'm dumb. Never mind. I just had show macro quick bar off. I need to set that. No, that's really good. You can drag and drop things off your character sheet. Just have them under your name, so that way you don't always have to go searching for stuff.
I did not know that was a thing either. That's very
I'll
cool.
I'll
Oh
explain that
my
later.
god!
Yeah, it's
What?
very nice.
Wow, dude, that's gonna be so great for
This
Shadowrun.
has changed my life.
This is a
Okay.
level up akin to the show as tab.
Yeah.
The main room, you can
Goodness.
recolor the buttons. It's beautiful. Anyways, I will
remove
roll
one?
engagement while I do that. Okay.
No
So-
way. That's so cool.
How do I remove mine? Just added accident.
You can. I think you can just like.
Wow, I watched a video. Quick segue. Sorry, chat. I watched a video not too long ago explaining like ways to improve like remote games of tabletop. And we are so far ahead the average people trying to get like we've got so many different little shortcuts and tips and tricks like figured out. Like
Oh yeah,
we're doing great,
We're
man.
pros.
We're doing great
We're
for a
pros.
remote game for sure. All right, let me pull up the engagement rule sheet. I was halfway there. Is this operation particularly bold or daring?
Yes.
I would say daring, but I don't think bold.
We've already done
Is it even? Yeah, I was gonna say, is it even bold anymore? If we've
yeah,
done it
I
already?
think that's true. We've already done it once. Never mind.
How many of these do we get before the novelty starts to wear off?
Yeah.
I'm sort of on the fence here.
Well, I would say more like if I'm making any kind of a say, I'm saying daring for the fact that we're trying to pull this off all in one night with giving no notice.
And
But
it's,
But this is
I-
also just the beginning setup.
I don't
where,
think
like,
that's
we're doing
daring.
yeah, I don't think that's
Last
daring.
minute-
Business.
Last minute preparations. We didn't try, like we weren't readying anything any days before. This is all a one.
Again,
Well, I mean,
not
you guys got a
daring.
warehouse. And
Yeah.
well, think about like, so a session was a day, and then you had 2 days of downtime. So like 3 days, and then like to get the bodies, like you got a warehouse, you smoothed up the local factions. Like that's a lot of prep going into this. Actually,
I don't think the prep
A lot
is
of
the
prep,
daring part. I
that's
think
not
the
very
daring
daring.
part is the
right.
fact
Well,
that-
no, I'm coming to your side. I'm saying that like Jacob was saying you guys cobbled it together last minute. I was like, you guys spent 2 sessions like setting this up.
Yeah, for me, the thing that makes it less daring is that this is a more refined version of what we did the first time. We have the same number of ghosts, the exact same setup. All we've done is improve and like make it more safe.
Yeah, so
We're
I would
taking
say
as
no.
few risks as possible.
I would say
tonight.
no. I would
So
say-
yeah. If anything, this job is intentionally less daring because
This is
all we
probably the-
want is for it to go right.
Man,
This is probably the safest thing we've done so far.
man, it's a great moment when you're just playing tabletop role playing games with the boys, and they deliberately deny themselves an advantage
Yeah,
for the sake of
please,
pure
no
role
bonus
play.
dice. No bonus dice.
That's
We
just
don't deserve it.
Alright,
all right. Next question: is this operation overly complex or contingent on many factors?
I would
That
say,
I say yes.
Yeah, it is.
Uh,
We need
there
a
are
lot of
many
stuff to go
factors.
right
Yeah.
for
Yeah,
our
because
intended effect.
It
it's
is
the-
not a difficult plan, but it does have a lot of spinning wheels.
Yeah, because like it's
Right.
dependent on Vidar's success in the tenements. It's dependent on Cobb's success with like readying the place. It's dependent on
Yeah.
me,
We just
like
spent
I guess
4
talking
hours.
to
Man,
people while
I'm-
at the event.
wow.
And it's also dependent on Cersei's whole adventure too, if that goes well. Because
Yeah.
And
that comes
even
back
just
in
like
Taco.
if the ghosts fight good, right?
yeah, that is
Like we
very
could do
reliable.
everything else perfectly and still not make a lick of coin because we just got friendly ghosts or whatever.
They just start talking to each other in the ring.
There
God,
were
this is fucked, isn't it?
there
Huh?
were ghosts that did not fight in the first fight night. Thankfully, you had it so that the ones on the other side would fight. Just-
Red sashes and lampblacks. There's no way they're not going for the throat as soon as
yeah. If you guys might set that up if you want.
Yeah.
Wow. What just a moment as a GM and as a friend to watch you guys deny an advantage and accept a disadvantage for the role play.
That's man.
RP.
Yeah, RP.
Yeah.
All right.
I know, I'm just taking- I'm
adding
just
one
ta-
dice for that for the next. For that
Well, that's a
one.
minus.
Oh, that's a minus. we were a negative.
You're
one.
rolling
Okay.
-1 currently.
Okay.
Does the plan's detail expose a vulnerability of the target or hit them where they're weakest? I don't think so.
I'm not even really
Near the
sure how
target,
that
so I
question
hope not.
applies.
But conversely, is the target strongest against the approach, or does it have a particular defenses or special preparations?
Yes.
No,
Wait. Yeah.
We have
yeah.
specific
We have
preparations
special
in place.
preparations.
Right. Then
We
we'll
have gone out of our way.
we'll
to make sure
throw
that-
a die in there.
We're at 0.
so that'll zero it out.
That's-
Can any? This is my favorite part. Can any of your friends or contacts provide aid or insight for this operation?
I didn't
I
RP it, but could. I know Madame Raz has practice with spirit protections.
Of some sort, yeah, definitely.
Is that something that could apply?
Yeah. Is there any more you could give me on it to sort of like what would you ask of her, or what would she inform you or give you insight into?
Oh, sure. I guess he would instead of focusing on protections against spirits, he would ask about like ways to entice them. So if they were to escape, Vidar has the ability to like taunt basically and be like, "All right, we're doing this. You're not going into the crowd. You're going after me."
And do come again.
I-
She gives you a die for that.
Gnarled hand
Yeah.
drops a d6 into your palm.
Madam
I-
Raz,
Death
do
rates
come
in the
again.
golden
Madam,
light.
do come again, Raz. Yes, definitely get
Could
a
I
die for
drop?
I've tried coming again, but she's
that. Not you.
Could I
Not you.
try dropping the line at the Lucky Owl to some knockers to spread the word?
I already went to the docks.
Well, yeah, and
No,
so
no, like-
aid or insight though, so not necessarily like patronage or spectator.
Okay, I mean, I didn't know if we could count as,
mean-
like increased people as aid.
Cersei and Helker, right? We explicitly
true.
pulled a job to get them in on this. Do those count?
Sure, I'll give you one for the both of
Yeah, I
them.
was gonna say I did go talk to Cersei, so
Right.
yeah, that works.
Could
Oh, go ahead.
All right. While I was down at the docks helping spread the word, was the priestess Melissa there by any chance?
Yeah, you may have seen her in passing.
All right. I would have definitely told her about the events happening and asked that she help spread the word to try and just get as many people there as possible.
She brushes the golden locks out of her hair and just has no idea what the hell you would ever tempt Ghost to do, but she agrees to help you nonetheless.
I grab her by the hand and kiss the back of her hand and thank her so much.
She goes, "It's bad luck for priestesses," and lets you run along, handing a die to you. And
Hey.
all right,
Okay, so we're at 3, and now
now the better part. Any enemies or rivals, Cobb?
Wait.
Oh,
Wait.
okay.
I have a
Another proposition for me.
I've been flavoring my resolve training as hanging with the gondoliers, especially they've been helping me learn their special armor ritual and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think constitute a benefit? The knowledge I've gained as far as ghost control and all that.
Yeah.
extending to this venture.
Yeah, little to no argument on that one. These guys specialize in grabbing ghosts and even in full form and putting them into jars and moving them. So definitely, you being a sponge have probably absorbed at least some attitudes to manipulate to help that type of thing.
So we're up to 4.
Yep, but here comes
Okay.
any enemies or rivals
Yes.
that would work against you.
No, none here. I'm still confident none here.
I can't foresee my person going against us.
Bilbo's that one guy from jail you really don't like gonna mess with this?
That guy.
He should not.
That guy's a solid Act 2 character.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Someone's going to get imprisoned.
I think a lot of the rivals are actually.
It could happen tonight.
As soon as we break out of the docks, things are gonna get a lot more complicated.
Yeah,
Now,
there might be
Cobb, an
some
important
Things-
question: do we just get your guaranteed -1 dice?
I
Yep.
imagine so.
Me
So
reviewing
we're
it.
down to 3. Yeah.
Me, yep.
Um,
Anything that is like super dependent on arcane
Occult,
shit
yeah.
going
Yeah,
right we're gonna get
Okay.
that
so
penalty.
we're at 3. Last. I think that's last call. That's 3, right?
Let's see. Anything else? Just anything at all.
Did I factor in just 1 for fortune? Don't we just start with 1? no? I thought
Yep, you
you
do
get
start
1.
with 1. Yep, you do start
Okay,
with
so
1
we're at
for
4
sheer
then.
luck.
Okay,
Yep.
because I didn't add that in.
1d
Alright.
for sheer luck.
Okay.
Does our reputation with the lamp blacks and red sashes
Hinder?
count at all? They don't really
No.
operate in the docks much.
They don't
but
really know who we are
we did
either.
piss them
yeah.
off.
That
Right.
whole operation was a cover, though. That is
Um,
true to a degree.
Well, here's an important question: Did we piss off do the Gray Coats know who we are?
You don't know.
Well, I'm
I'm-
asking for the purpose of a negative die.
I know.
I got-
Might
yeah.
affect us.
You won't get a negative die.
Okay.
But
I'm gonna roll
I'm
the-
not answering your question, though. But
I
you
don't
won't
want
get
an
a
answer to
negative.
the question.
But
I
you
was
won't
just
get a
asking
negative
for that
die.
purpose.
Yes, I
I
just
am-
want to
I'm
make that
gonna-
very clear.
Yeah, no, I know.
All right.
Okay, I'm gonna roll the 4 because I have to use the restroom really quick before that.
Was
so.
it okay?
Bada boom.
Hey, 6, let's go!
Alright, I will be right back.
I think this is the first good standing job we've done.
Yeah, you guys have been in partial success both times, and this is the first time.
But I
Casey says hi
suppose
from
that
West
scans because
Hi,
all
Casey.
the jobs we've done before this have been, in preparation for this. This
Right.
is really the most controlled job we've ever done.
Mm-hmm.
God
Definitely.
willing.
God's
I
willing.
don't know. I don't know if God's gonna do us any favors here.
Yeah, in fact.
Let me play. Oh no, I can't
Wonderful.
play it. I'd hear it. Damn it.
Well, gentlemen.
I have a worry that something might go tits up. I don't know what it is, but it's just that inkling in the back of my neck. However, I have a plan to fix it.
You just have a fix all,
Yeah.
no matter what.
Or is there something particular you see as being a problem?
It's more I don't know how the people will react. So,
Oh, they're gonna love it.
I'm not saying that a majority won't, but I'm just saying, good fortune also brings
Opportunists.
a little bit of opportunists and a little bit of those disdainful of others' good fortunes.
Sure, but that's what the rooks are for, if a shot at us is a shot at the grinders, and no one takes shots at the grinders around here except for blue coats.
I'm just hoping everything goes well.
It'll go fine. Not worry.
I think that maybe we should keep the whole lamp black red sashes thing out of the picture tonight. We can have them fight each other if you think, that'll make things more exciting. But I don't think that's something we should advertise, People
No,
got
not as a
relatives
main
in Vidakas around here. They might got relatives in one of them gangs too. And if word gets out to them that we're making their fallen kin fight, I imagine they'll have strong feelings about that sort of thing.
Yes. I think we just advertised that they're fighters.
Right.
Strong.
Where we got him,
contender.
who the hell knows?
Right.
Do you think we ought to, play it up a bit, special effects in that, let people see what they want to? I don't know how flashy this was the first time.
It was like a street fight. It was.
But sure, but like, was it? Yeah, I don't know.
You mean like what happens when the ghosts fight? Almost.
Yeah, right,
Oh,
right.
yeah.
Does it look like
Hold
people
on.
would expect a ghost fight to look like?
Yeah, I have some stuff written down. But,
Well, yeah,
yeah.
here's an important question. Can they see the fight, or is it just...
Yes, they
Yes,
can see the
ghosts
fight.
are real. They are physical. They aren't air.
Yeah, they can phase in and out, but
Yes.
Abby says hi from Workerville.
Stat, I was talking with little side tangent. I was talking with Trevor earlier, and he brought up something to my point. But is it possible to change what your character is?
Like, what do you mean?
Like
by
like
is?
like I'm a leech right now. Could I change that?
Yeah, I think it's
Okay.
you have to like forfeit your progress though. Basically, it's like like you don't get to keep your
Oh, there's
special.
a
XP
mechanic
drop.
for it.
Yeah, definitely. It's like it's shown as like so your XP would reset your you would get the start a character anew basically with the same personality and everything, but you just get a new character sheet like as if it's from the stop or the
Well,
jump.
so an important question is that like my bar. So is that like my bar is almost done, and if so an important question: if I fill up my bar and then I reset, would I just be basically going back to one?
Yeah. Because you could the way if you were to keep your progress and then start a new character, you would get all of that character's skills and
free.
picks for free. Yeah, for like nothing. So you would
God,
wipe
that'd
out
put me
everything you
so
currently
fucking far
have,
behind.
and it would. It's you're picking up a new trade basically.
Right. I feel like the sooner the better for that sort of thing. You get to keep your skill pips, right? But
No, I get to. From what I understand, I basically lose everything and just start a new character.
I think you lose your special abilities, but
yeah,
not your.
right. Because the
skill.
progress you make towards your skills is
You're just
is
changing
not
your-
part of your playbook.
Yeah, right. Like your skills aren't going to swap.
Just your
To
abilities.
the
would.
default, the abilities swap.
Right.
That's what I mean.
So-
You're just wiping out those things, Jacob. So like
Your,
any progress, the playbook advancement ticker, not so much like the prowess resolve.
Right.
Ticker.
And I suppose the starting. You probably wouldn't get the starting actions from your new playbook, huh?
That's where
No.
I'm sort of at with it too. Like
I don't think so.
you wouldn't get those for free. Like you'd have to
Yeah.
earn those.
What do you mean the starting actions?
You know,
Because
like,
every
when you
playbook
pick something,
starts
you get a
with
certain
skill
amount of
pips.
pips.
Yeah.
So like if you were to switch from slide, all of a sudden your sway stat would be stacked, right? Or if you were to switch to cutter, your finesse stack would be increased, pretty quickly
Right.
for free.
So being a whisper gave me like 1 attune and 2 attune and 1 study or something. And if I change,
Did you guys just get? I thought everyone had 4 pips at the beginning.
Everyone gets some skill points as well.
as part of your playbook,
It
Oh,
gives
you
you
should have
three.
had 6 pips.
I did not.
before-
I only had 4.
Well,
Well, you get 3 from your playbook, so
yes,
something
they're
is
not.
still
They're not three
correct.
free. You get them in your they come ready to go. Like I got 1 in command. And 2 in skirmish
would have
is what I
started
got.
with. Do you have 2 in Tinker?
No, I don't.
Oh, you should.
I have nothing in Tinker.
And then you should have 1 in Rec as well.
I do have the 1 in Rec.
Okay.
It should have auto-populated. I don't know how you don't have them.
That's
Did-
what I'm saying.
Did you type leech into your character sheet at the top?
Yep.
Okay.
I don't know.
You
I don't
must have
remember.
clicked them off or something maybe, but
Yes, you should have
Yeah.
6 total, I believe, is what everyone started with.
You have.
no, you get 3 from the back from the 3 from your playbook and then 4 to put as you wish. So you should have 7.
Oh, yeah.
I was gonna say you all had so many pips, and I was wondering how the hell you had so many.
Right, you get
I
your
was
starter
so
ones.
confused.
Yeah, I read the rule
I
book.
was so confused. I felt like I was so far behind, and I hadn't done anything. I was like, "What in the hell?"
Right,
When
well,
you,
I'm like, am I
when
not
you
playing
feel
the
that
game right?
way, when you feel that way, you should go into the book and double check that you have done everything correctly.
All right. Well then.
Now we know.
Now I'm all set. So that picks it up.
The
at least.
more you know. Yeah, so you should have 8 pips right now, actually, because you start with 7, and then we all got 1 in sway,
I have
or
8
the other
now.
one from
I have 8 now.
from our gang skill.
Okay, that definitely. Okay, no, I am a-okay with staying as a leech then.
Now that you have Tinker.
Yes, because I was like, well, I don't have any.
It's
points
weird.
in
I'm a
Tinker.
rogue, but I don't have any stealth. That's so strange.
Yeah. Now this is one of the big hurdles for new players in TTRPGs, right? Is they're like, well, my character's a rogue, so I should like be good at sneaking, right? And you're like, well, did you put any points in it? No. Then you're just like a bad rogue, you know? Your class doesn't get you that shit for free. It just gives you the opportunity to spec in that direction.
No,
Okay.
no. Like you get proficiencies.
Oh,
for
well,
being
yeah.
at certain classes. That's what I'm
But
talking about.
you
Yes,
still
yes,
have
I
to
just
end up
like-
making the roll at the end of the day.
Generally, one of the things that I have had issues with new players with is people being like, well, it should work like this. I guess it's more of a Pathfinder thing, because that doesn't give you the proficiencies for free. It just had the like class.
Right, you just
skill
start putting
thing.
stuff in.
Yeah, right.
All
So
right,
you're like,
no,
oh,
this
I'm
is-
a rogue. That makes me sneaky, and now I can spend all these skill points on other stuff.
Oh yes, right.
Oh wait, so
They're like, well, no, you actually do need to buy those.
So,
Yes.
so Kyle, I just want to double back with you. So you said I should have 8 pips, but I got a pip up.
Okay,
my
then
prowess.
you should have 9.
Okay.
Because you get
Yes.
3 from your book, 4 from your background and heritage and stuff, 1 from
Yeah.
our gang ability, and 1 from leveling your whatever attribute.
Okay.
I'm at 9 right now.
All right, we are
Same.
good then. We are good.
bueno.
Bueno.
I want to
Okay,
give you XP
man.
for your leech stuff, man. I just haven't seen
I
it
know,
yet.
I know, I'm well aware, and that's why I've been like, I want to do leech stuff, but I don't have any of the skills. And I'm like, but everyone else has like 5 pips ahead of me, and I don't know where they're coming from.
I did, so when I leveled Resolve, I was like, I should like, it would be like helpful to put this into tune, because I'm the Whisper and that's my thing. But am I like over indexing by having a 3 in my one skill and then like 1s in everything else? And then Trevor was like, yeah, I'm like 2 XP away from my 4th sway pip. And I'm like,
And you're
oh,
like, ah.
okay, never mind.
Yeah,
Also,
no,
please
I'm-
note that
I'm
Trevor has a
maxing
level
out
1
my
harm
shit.
currently.
I also have a level 1 harm.
Right.
See, you keep saying that we should do back channel ICC, but it has only been negative.
Yeah,
No, no,
Like, I don't know why I would ever want to be involved in it.
No, I would prefer everyone just do it on the table. But
No, that's not.
For
I
entertainment
think
purposes
we're all at
only.
the point now where we know not to metagame, so I am a-okay with doing it on the table. that was just like a gut reaction.
Don't say we are all aware now. Some of us were aware of this to begin with. So you made the decision.
I'm open to
Yeah,
both.
Cobb's never leaving the scale alone. He's bringing Vidar with him if he goes anywhere.
I'm more than willing to do both back channel and on the table ICC. I like to. It's
I do-
funny because people keep walking away from these with harm.
I do think it's slightly funny though, or it's good for instances of like, not like for like instances that like are good for a plot reveal later.
Right? Yeah. No. It's there's definitely
Mysterious.
there's definitely yes a time and place for back. I'm not trying to say back channel is always bad. I'm mostly just kidding when I say do it on the table.
Yeah, it's just funny because
I understand
two
why.
people- the only 2 people who have engaged with it heavily have wound up with harm.
Yes, because every time I try to harm you guys in the campaign, it's just been pull armor. But in the back
We
channel,
haven't had any. We haven't had any.
in a grave. 2 people have expended armor. to
Yeah.
resist harm.
In the dust up
did?
with the gray
Yep.
coats, I think a couple people had to drop armor.
Yep.
Which,
Yep.
by the way, is
Ben
that
did
something
and
that we now
Cormac did.
lost permanently?
No.
No, you just
It's just
hash
for
it over
load.
time.
I just wanted to make sure, because then if I needed to like get rid of it or just say like, hey, can't use it.
Yeah.
You're fine.
The good things to ask before it gets into the.
Yeah, I'm gonna. You guys can tell me your load. Apparently Trevor fell in, so.
Oh, I suppose we're doing
Yeah.
our stuff right now.
Load, yeah.
I will go with a normal load.
normal. And how much is that for
Alright.
you with your?
That is 5, but basically 3 because of
So
the
yeah,
reasons.
yes, homebrews. All right, continue.
I'm gonna do normal as well, which
Which
is
is-
7 for me.
My normal. Is
Man, I gotta come up with some kind of
normal
rule for
is
you.
7.
I gotta come up with some kind of something.
There's nothing.
I know.
This is mechanical.
I know. I'm not
You
going.
can't kill me.
No, I'm not going to. But it just haunts me that you didn't even use one during the last session. Not
No,
a
I
single
used 2
piece.
to get my driving hammer.
Okay, yeah.
Did
But
we
I
take the pack-
virtually used nothing. I would have said I had my driving hammer the moment the game started.
Did
Right.
Gar take the pack mule perk? Is that
Something like that. Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah.
Cobb will be at heavy 6.
Okay.
Sorry,
Very
sorry
intense
about that.
night. No worries.
Yes.
Cobb is
Every
heavy
advantage
6.
you get.
What load would you like, Cassius? And how much is that for your character?
I am gonna be on the floor a lot probably, so I'm gonna go with light.
Light. Light, which is how much for you?
That's 3.
3. Gotcha.
Hey, your normal's my light, or my normal's your light.
Yo, slide things.
Which we asked by the way, and there's no like upper floor, right, or like upper
Correct.
like
No,
rafters.
they're the top. You could sit on the
walls
top
and a
bleacher if you
ceiling.
wanted to.
All right.
Yeah.
Nope. I just wanted
4
to double check.
3-story high walls.
Yes, it is. It is the equivalent of an empty warehouse. Let me just see if there's anything else we need before we go. I wanna get you guys placed. So flashbacks are on right now, so you guys can start using them as soon as possible.
Just a
I remember the
reminder.
Oh,
Just a
Trevor,
reminder, we just say what we want to do, and you tell us the applicable amount of stress.
right.
Yes, we make a deal, and then there's like guidelines in the book for how much things should cost based on,
Sure.
the ask. 1 stress for something non-consequential, 3 stress for, I want to line the alley with black salt so that way we don't get attacked by ghosts as we haul these corpses through a dangerous area.
That was play of the game, right?
I feel like Cormac did not get enough praise for last session. He kept us alive.
Yeah,
Yes.
that was to me. That was like, oh, that's what flashbacks are for.
That was it.
Oh.
Right. I picked the classic example is I say the door is locked and you say I flash back. I picked that lock. Like that's the example, right? You know.
Right,
I
yeah.
took the
Or I
mold of
paid
the
the guard to
key,
keep it
yeah.
open.
Right, exactly.
I kind of created like 90% of the danger last session. So.
And Vidar kindly let you know that.
And also, to be fair,
Kindly.
spiking the tensions of the already fighting groups might have added a little bit to it.
Yep.
I had good intentions. I thought
I
they
don't
would
think
all be.
they were good intentions.
I thought they
They're
would
good
all be
intentions
dead
for
by the time.
us.
Yes, exactly. I thought they would all be dead by the time we showed up.
All right. So you guys got a God, my stupid. I didn't refresh the rolls. There we go. You guys got a 6 for your engagement roll. So your preparation has paid off. You have essentially established a good Fright Night. This has not gone terribly. So we enter in the docks district of Duskfall, a warehouse on a non-assuming street, not too far away from where the boats are, also not too far away from the shopping district of the docks. As I have previously described it, an intersection of sorts where people haul supplies and move in to get to their work. Within this warehouse, there is a set of double doors that are now being propped shut, but slightly opened by metal bars driven into the ground, presumably by a small crew of SCAV workers working together with a drill bit. At the door, who is bouncing?
I was gonna say, I'd say.
Me and one of the dumb grinders.
A quiet rook.
You want the quiet one? Doer?
I got a quick question for Cobb.
Sure. I'm
The
placing
barrier,
you guys, and then we're rolling though, so be quick.
Yeah, the barrier that you have set up, is that just is it like a wood with like sheet metal around it as the cage, or?
No, the fence is doing nothing, mate. It's just there to keep honest people honest. And it don't do nothing for the ghosts either. But the black salt on the inside and the chalk runes and that's what's keeping the ghosts in. And Pierre lent us some spirit anchors too, right?
Yeah, I was gonna get to that. I was just placing everybody.
I'm gonna perch up on the fence then as kind of like the eye of the...
Yeah, I think we should probably have some people keeping an eye on the crowd from the fence side too, to stop them doing anything.
I'll take that.
I am gonna be on the floor.
Okay, yep, amongst the people. Okay, so just so we understand what this fence is, it's about 4 feet tall.
Okay.
It wraps around the ring in an octagon.
Yep.
So like it is right where the fighting will be happening.
Right at the eye level.
Yeah. And so you could stand on it and get a look for sure. I wouldn't hang
You'll
there.
be in the splash.
Yeah. Underneath the fence is a circle of black salt that is supposed to keep the ghosts into sort of like a tube. And then Pierre, I'll go through Pierre's preparations in a minute, but just so you know what you're getting into.
That was just a curiosity.
Right, it's not like a prison fence. It's like what keeps a farm animal in is a good way to think about it.
Soon we get the prison fence.
Yes, the chain link.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
Soon we get the lightning barrier.
Yeah, that's something for you, Leech. That's something for you to work on.
All right.
Excellent. So so we have Vidar and Doer, the quiet rook, standing at the door, bouncing, moving in. We have Ben standing up on the railing, trying to watch people as they come in. Cassius, not assumingly leaning up against the wall, waiting to blend into the crowd. And Cobb, you and Pierre are set to work. He drops in a metal runic object in the middle of the ring. And 2 of them actually, and this is a spirit anchor. So this is something that you can attune to and bind spirits to like a leash, and to keep them from, if the black salt gets kicked or disrupted or something, or someone tries to riot their emotions that they try to push out, you are able to anchor them to this point. It is a physical thing. It is not in the ghost field. It's like a rock almost.
Okay.
But yeah.
So I think that I'm not going to bind the ghosts as they come out, but they're there in case things go bad.
Sure. Risky, but I like it. I like it a lot. So yeah, because you don't want to restrict them too much, which I did think he did allude to a little bit in your conversation, that anchoring them too tight a leash might take away from the spectacle. But everyone, Cormac in the back office, along with the madam, assumingly, running the numbers. Vidar had made some preparations for the safe. Do you want to route the money back to the office with Cormac and the madam? Do you have anything else you want to do with that before? Because that's the only missing piece.
I want to make sure that one of the rooks, they don't necessarily need to be guarding it per se, because we've got the madam and Cormac, and both of them are capable of making a lot of noise. But I want to have one that is just sort of floating nearby, so they can notice if there's a commotion.
Gotcha. Louise or Hugo, do you care, or just you?
I want to put Hugo on it.
Hugo, yep, they all have weapons.
Louise seems capable enough that I want to have her doing more important stuff, like patrolling or shadowing Cassius or something.
She seems elated that you have chosen her to do such a thing.
Actually, yeah, I want to. That's the general idea, but I want to put her at Cassius's call. He's better at reading rooms in this scenario. Okay. So if he notices someone starting to be fucking shady, he can snap a finger and point, and she'll do her thing.
Excellent. Sure. So Luis will work as a crowd control agent with Cassius directing her. Hugo will not make it obvious, but sort of hang by the office to watch out for anyone going for the money. Ben? And the other one's with you right now.
Yep. I got a quick question. Hey, Cobb, got a question for you. So
what's up?
We're all about the show at this point, right? Here for presentation?
Well, not at the expense of anyone's safety.
No. But would it interact with the ghosts in any way if I like threw a smoke bomb in before you let them out and like letting
I
them
don't think we should risk that. Well, if anything, I think it would just make it harder to see. How about you leave the ghosts to me, and and just make sure no one fucks anything
I want him
up.
to do it.
Could maybe make the
Ladies and
light.
gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
Maybe you could get the lights
Right,
a little
I'm not
quicker.
opposed to a little showmanship in that. I mean, we talked about letting people see what they expect to see, but let's keep that sort of thing outside the black salt.
All right. People are coming in at this point, right?
Nah, I'm giving you like half a minute. I just wanted to place everybody and understand how you guys were all moving.
Could I put like a line of with my boulder of alchemicals to just spread out just a small wall of smoke screen outside of the fence?
Sure.
All right, gonna do that.
Nice.
That is a load,
I do
though.
like it.
What is the
That
roof
is a
thing?
load,
What is
though.
the...
Are you?
No,
Are
I'm well aware.
okay?
I've got my
Excellent.
load tick.
Unless it's italicized. Don't let me.
ventilation.
Don't let me
The
take.
only thing that's italicized for the leech is fucking blow darts and syringes. And
All right,
that is
time to start
bullshit,
stabbing
but-
people with needles is what I heard.
Yeah.
Dude, I got trans powder.
Trans chowder.
And a spirit vein charm.
Nice.
Nice, very helpful today.
I'm keeping that thing on.
That motherfucking thing on me.
All right. Excellent. So part of the request that Vidar made when canvassing for people to visit was that they show up early, and indeed they do. So we come to market close, we come to people going home to have dinner, all without much noise in your warehouse. Shortly after, when people normally eat, who keep the normal hours of market hour to market close, people start to trickle in. Primarily Scav, primarily Dockers, but some people that you don't necessarily recognize, don't necessarily dress like sailors, don't necessarily look like Scav, come in as well. But it is primarily, Scav people still. But there are a lot of people that show up early. Vidar at the door with Doer. I think you got remote, so I think you can probably still hear me.
Yeah.
You see a whole cast of interesting characters come in, right? You've got sailors, you've got probably merchants, you've got business people, you've got groups of teenagers, you've got just all people from all walks of life. No nobles or anything like that.
Sure.
But just a very colorful crowd sauntering up to the warehouse, checking an address they had scrawled onto a piece of parchment, excitedly chattering about this, and sort of gathering in the street in a piss poor effort to make a line as they all come into your very
the
narrow
door is the line. I don't really care how they
Can
get
I call for a flashback really quick?
Sure. 18 stress. No, I'm kidding.
I don't even know what I'm doing.
Yeah, you just interrupted me, so I'm mad.
This should be just simple conversation. But before, as Vidar is like checking people and letting them in, I want to at least call back to earlier. Can he have like a call out or something? Maybe just like a conversation. I'm just like, yeah, have a wild night, and that's just like signal, like keep an eye on this guy.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Would Vidar say that?
I mean, it's up to him what he wants to say, but I mean,
No, I'm more than happy to. I'm more than happy to. We'll. Yeah, I'll say if Vidar spots someone that he is nervous or think that needs to be watched more.
A guy that has rubbed a suit on his blue coat, perhaps.
Yeah, right. He'll tell them he'll say something like, "I think you're going to be very interested with the fight" or something like that.
okay.
And that'll be Cassius's cue
Okay.
to have him and the Luce or whatever it was to
Louise.
watch him.
Okay,
Excellent.
cool. Continue.
So Doer proves more useful in this capacity, and is able to stand with you as an intimidating presence to sort of filter people in. Do you charge them at the door? Is there an admission fee in addition to the gambling?
This is where we get our money.
From admissions?
We charge them to leave.
Yeah.
Sure, there's a cover.
Getting in's
Yes,
free.
there's a cover.
Leaving.
It's small because obviously our main money's from the gambling, but there's enough for like, any of the damages we will incur.
Sure, couple of scale maybe.
Yeah.
Not more than a docker's
One
working
coin.
wage could take.
Sure.
Vidar knows how to charge appropriately.
Right. You've managed a burlap sack or something for to collect coin. And you call out the price. Do you want to RP it at all, or do you want to just assume it happens?
Sure. Well, we can RP him opening the door. So the doors are shut, and like Doer's on the other side of it, just like arms folded, and there's just a crowd of people milling about, and 10 minutes before for the show's ready to go, Vidar opens the door, throws them wide, and takes a stance he's seen circus performers do back in Scotland, and he goes, "Hello and welcome, all dockers and Akarossi and Scavs alike. Come to Fright Nights. Have your scale in your hands and your bellies ready for drinks. Come!" He claps his hands really loudly, and Doer begins taking the money from people, and Vidar is patting them down.
Sure, that was delightful. Is there anything, anybody you would like to fleece before they come in? People do have weapons, by the way. What is your policy, Vidar? Daggers, clubs, things like that.
Vidar will keep them on a table.
So you are taking weapons?
Yeah, no, I don't. Well, yes, overt weapons. If it's like a peeling knife or something, I don't give a fuck. But if no one's walking in with guns or with swords or clubs. Yeah. If someone wants to start a fight with a knife, they're gonna better be ready for everyone else to also have a knife.
Yes. And
Sure.
Vidar to have a hammer.
Yes, and Vidar to have a hammer. Yes, he specifically doesn't disarm grinders.
Oh, good point.
They're allowed to be their intimidating selves.
Sure. Yeah.
And this is their event.
So disarming goes pretty well. People are taken aback by you and Doer. Doer is able to easily identify folks that are grinders that walk into the door, so you're able to let them pass with their weapons in hand. People take note of that.
I shake all their hands as they go by.
They're incredibly pleased to know that you're on their side, and and the man that Hugo, Doer, and Louise have talked about is someone that is willing to let them keep their weapons. So you let people filter in. It's a lot. It's starting to draw attention in the streets. People who weren't even stopping by for this purpose are catching the sight of it. So you're getting a little overwhelmed. Ben, from your perch, I'll let you say what you're gonna say too.
Can I shout to Cassius or Ben, because both of them are kind of doing watchful stuff, to let me know when we're 120% capacity, and then I'll cut it off.
Yeah. I'll say from my bird's eye view, I'll give you the we're good.
Yeah, just call it out, and I'll be I'll push them back and shut
Some
the doors.
people run right up to the banisters, Ben, is what I was getting to. So some people run right up to get a front row seat almost as soon as Vidar. Some people hit the bar. We'll say that the madam brought a couple birds to stock the bar, and she provided.
I was wondering about that.
She provided the what we're gonna do about the booze. I wasn't gonna pull that on you. You guys got.
Oh no, I just meant as far as getting the birds in. I was that definitely seems like a good business venture, but I don't know if it would be.
Oh hell yeah! You guys have some very attractive men and women.
You know how they
drinks.
have the cigar girls at lounges and stuff? We're gonna do that, but with opium.
Hell yeah!
You did not clear that with me ahead of time, so we'll think about that for later.
Sure.
Hey, Cobb, quick question: do you have to just open? Do the spirits need to be open in the center of the cage or anything like that, or do you just is there an access port you put them into or something like that? I don't know how these things work.
It's really hard to hear each other as people are filing in.
I'm do you need to be here?
Right now, the spirits are inside bottles or bodies, and that sort of protects them from this sort of thing. They go into the salt inside their container, and once they're in, I pull the magic top off, so to speak, and let them out.
Alright! Hey,
You
clear
own-
away, let this guy in!
That's gotta be the last question tonight, mate, because once the spirits start going, you don't want to distract me.
Yeah,
I will-
Cobb, you are in the middle of the ring. Ben, you're standing on the edge of the ring. Like,
Oh, okay. I didn't know he was.
yeah.
I thought he was away.
No, you guys are
Right.
relatively close. It's just
Okay,
packing
yes.
out. You know?
Alright.
I will not be further than 3 feet from the ring all night. I'm
Alright,
gonna
no, that's
be.
fine.
So yeah, you might have to, because what people are doing is rushing to the fence at your
Yeah.
feet, Ben, to get like a front row seat, as it
Yeah.
were. Some people carefully stick to the back, closer to you, Cassius. You see some more reserved patrons hang back. Some people run to the group of teenagers runs to the top of the bleachers to get the best view.
What's the diameter of our octagon?
Of the octagon, probably
The
15 feet
Underminer.
diameter.
All right.
Okay. Is that about the size we used last time?
Last time, yeah, probably about the same. You probably used a bunch of the black salt you bought from Pierre before to make about a similar size circle.
I imagine
Do
it would be
I-
smaller.
Could I make it smaller without, risking anything?
The black salt, yes. The octagon fence, no.
Sure, right. Okay, so can I call for a flashback then?
Yeah, if you want to do a
I,
flashback.
I did say that I wanted to make the salt ring inside the fence, not necessarily directly under it or anything.
So maybe
but I
that
want
diameter
to-
is already
I want
similar.
to, call the flashback to give it like 2 or 3 feet of space between the fence and the salt.
Oh, it already has. I would say it already has that.
Oh, okay.
Without
okay.
even.
Wonderful.
Same thing as the symbol. Like, that's no stress. Like, that's
Very cool.
That's fair enough.
Very cool.
Yeah. It's only when it dramatically changes your circumstances that I'm gonna ask you for stress. You know, just with the nature of how load works and stuff like this in this game. So
Sure.
So has everyone have our doors closed at this point?
no, people are filling in.
Oh well, no, that's.
Oh, you're running for at capacity. Gotcha.
Can I roll
120%.
study really quick to gauge the room on... I want to look at more of the people that are not grinders or dockers. I mean, I've seen their folk quite a bit recently, but...
Sure. Definitely.
Is this, position... Is this...
Risky
control
standard.
or-
The
okay.
normal.
This... Okay, never mind.
Hard to tell. There's definitely, a lot more Akarosi than last time. There's a lot more people who could be merchants or just, not dock workers, other workers at different places of the Duskfall that are here. Nobody seems to be particularly rich or anything like that, and nobody seems to be particularly malicious. You notice Vidar takes some larger weapons from some folks. So as opposed to, a dagger. He has now
Got like a
fleeced.
Dark Souls
He
axe.
has fleeced a pistol or two. A scimitar is produced at one point. That's incredibly interesting. But other than that,
Oh wait, the scimitars, the red sashes use those, right?
Maybe. Yeah.
I don't know. Fuck if I know.
They were yeah, curved swords, yeah.
Dagger Islanders too, right?
I have no idea.
Well, we're not naming them, so we'll be.
Yeah.
Okay.
How close?
Right,
to the,
I tell the person with the scimitar, I say, I think you'll enjoy this fight.
Okay.
I wasn't Vidar's accent, but that's what I say to him.
her,
Cassius knows to
and
watch
she
for-
gives you a look back and nods and continues in.
Okay. I'm gonna kind of motion my gaze to Luis and just like nod in that direction at the one that Vidar just mentioned that to.
Sure. Louise takes a long drag on a little cigar and nods back as she puffs out a perfect O of smoke amongst the crowd.
Ring.
Show off.
And yeah, at this, speaking of Louise, you see Cersei come in. Vidar, you can see her in the street level before she moves in.
I
she's-
make sure
Or go ahead.
that Doer doesn't try to charge her and her entourage.
Oh,
Yeah.
he wouldn't dream.
Yeah.
She's actually she's being rolled in sort of a rudimentary wheelchair with 4 men on either side of her, the toughest looking grinders.
we don't have wheelchair access.
She
I
can
mean,
get at the
The
door.
whole thing's flat, isn't it?
Yeah, I was wondering.
Yes, and she's lower than everyone.
Oh, sure.
Nah.
Did she bring rooks with her? We can make space
Just
somewhere. No. I mean, just like, elbow
Oh,
people out of a little,
sure.
She can
I'm sure
stand.
she has that effect
You've
on
seen her.
people.
She's Cassius saw her stand.
I
Sure.
would as when I'm up there, the guy, make way for a guest of honor. And I'm gonna point at her and usher her.
Yeah, you guys did offer VIP seating to any grinders
We
that
did.
wanted
No, we
it.
100% did.
You have to make that happen now that you have an army of of Skav pinned up against the fence at your
Okay,
feet.
I
Ben.
want to run over to the bleachers, to the groups of teens that gathered up there.
Sure,
Just,
there's a bunch
like,
of kids. Excited. Just knock them off.
I need to I want to just knock at one of their ankles and be like, see who's coming through? Get down a few pegs.
They say, "Who are you? And what do you what do you have to do with anything?"
Run the joint. You want to see the fight or you don't?
I mean,
roll
I
sway
can
with
see the
that?
fight plenty fine from here. Sounds like a command
I'm the
check.
guy who works with that
All right,
giant
I'll
at
roll
the door.
command,
You dumb sons of
I'll roll-
bitches. The fuck you want?
I'll roll command.
Do you want to
It's my
say
devil's
anything else?
bargain. It's my devil's bargain for
Devil's
this.
bargain, my man.
God.
Trying to
He
stab
breaks
you.
your other foot.
They're gonna push you down. You get another harm.
My leg.
My leg, my lord.
Every back channel ICC, I break my arm. And every back channel ICC, I break my leg.
That's
Every back
both.
channel ICC, my skull fractures.
There's no devil's bargain available at this
Okay.
point.
That's not what the book says.
The book says I have discretion.
Devil here.
The devil, this cob dies.
It's like crap. What's that movie where like they have a premonition of how they're gonna die? They say
Final Destination.
Yeah, Final Destination.
I'm gonna push myself though for this.
Sure.
I have 1 dot in command. So what's my position?
Risky standard.
Okay. So 1 bonus.
Cub.
Okay.
Hey!
All right, go.
Nice, very cool.
Right. So
Cool, very nice.
you threaten, you brandish, and the boys disperse. They hop down exactly 1 bleacher. And
We'll see how many people come through. Find
Right.
out for now.
Ben, you're able to perceive this and start directing grinders to the top, which would probably
Yep.
be the best view. It's the only point of elevation within this place. So grinders, excitingly piled up there, their weapons brandished. A lot of them have brought their own tankards of ale in. So they are
Pre-game.
The open carry. There's no open container laws.
right. Vidar, were you specifically stopping anyone bringing in alcohol, or just allowing grinders to bring their own alcohol in? Or
Just grinders.
Just grinders. Okay, so you've also got a collection of flasks and and crumpled up skins.
There's no coat check system, so whoever comes gets it.
Right. You and Do are just pulling a whole matter of
You
interesting
don't
things
have
out.
a number matching system.
Yeah, you also
What the
don't
hell?
have a coat check. Yeah, exactly. You
No,
don't have a coat
no,
check or anything, so it's just claim it as you will.
Yep.
You haven't gotten anything of an immense value. The scimitar probably is the
nicest.
the most interesting thing from the woman with the long black hair, for remembering purposes. But yeah, you're you're hitting 120% capacity at this point.
All right.
130 if you don't do anything fast.
Close it down, Vidar.
All right. I step up and I like tap Newer, and I hold my arms out to the crowd and I say, "Sorry everyone, Fright Night is at capacity. Come earlier next time."
As you go to shut the door, a boy runs past you.
Snag him.
Yeah,
Not a goddamn chance. And I stutter.
you try to snag him.
Skirmish.
Skirmish? All right,
No,
yeah,
it
so-
is. It's like wrestling.
yeah,
It's
I
like
say that's
grabbing
more of
something like that.
skirmish. It sounds like it. Risky standard. Yep. Because you're a little preoccupied.
Yeah, 'cause he's holding a position.
Sure. Grab him by the
I
coat.
grab him by the collar and I pull him around.
recoils as his momentum is stopped by the man that pounded the very stakes
Yeah.
into the pavement outside.
I snag him and I indicate for Doer to start, getting the doors in so that people can't pass in. And I look at the kid dead in the eyes and I go, "Now where do you think you're going?"
He says nothing as he looks up at you, terrified. A small boy with sandy blonde hair, obviously very poor.
I look at him and I say, "Good children answer their elders."
He still says nothing. Just looks at you with the utmost fear.
Alright, I reach into my pocket and I pull out a scale. I say, You tell me your name and
Hold
I'll
on.
pay your fee.
Hold on. As you do that, your coin purse is gone.
Does this kid have it?
Do you look for it?
Yes.
You find it.
And I put it on my hip. And I look at him and I go, "This lesson was free. Be faster next time." And I toss him out.
Oh, now the fear on his face was completely gone before you do that. It was just nothing but anger. He still says nothing, but
I don't give a fuck
the
anymore.
fear, fear was definitely forced, and this was part of the plan. Damn, that is no fortune roll. That was just pure luck.
Yes, wholeheartedly.
Yeah. Wow.
I'm gonna keep it close.
Is there? I don't like this. This game doesn't have inspiration. I want to give you an inspiration for.
Alright, yeah, I toss him out. I want to make sure that the door is a little cracked, and I keep Doer at it so he can be a lookout, but also look out for that Skav, who's my lookout on the building next over.
Sure. So you just give him a quick description. Oh yeah, he came with
quick
you.
description, and Doer's also keeping an eye on all the shit collected.
Cool.
That's all collectivized by the door.
Sure.
Once I notice the doors are closed, I'm gonna stand up on the post. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen,
I wondered who was going to MC
everyone
this.
gathered here for a night of fighting. Anything?
The crowd. Thank you. Better than I could do. Better than I could do by myself. The crowd erupts. Oh man, what a sight! Blockbuster night, Run the Jewels, play it at home. DMC it.
On the benevolence of our lovely hosts. I'm sorry, I'm out of character. I completely am spacing on the name.
Cersei.
No, not of.
Oh,
is it
Chief.
Cersei or the
Chief
crew?
Helker lent you the warehouse, but it's yours for all intents and purposes. So.
To our lovely guests and hosts of the night, Madam Cersei. And I'm gonna point to the bleachers where she's currently over their station.
Yes, you see Cersei. Yes, the dockers erupt in a chorus. People, start freaking out about the Cersei being there. Some of the more merchant types look a little nervous, but they're too excited. People are shaking the rail ben that you're standing on. You're struggling to keep your balance. Your Cobb, your face says it all.
My back is to it. I'm just like...
Oh, yeah. Cobb carefully studying the anchors. You produce the vials and set them down. Is there any way I guess Cormac and you probably would have already planned out which fights are going to happen. You'll notice in the side where the chalkboard is, which is now lit up by handheld electroplasmic lamps that you guys have provided, are the betting odds. Underneath is the booth, which is being run by a couple more of the bells. So, like, the bells are beautiful, sex workers from from the Gilded Plume, men and women who are just, charming people, making them to spend more on booze to just make this a more profitable night all in itself, and running up bets. So the fights are predetermined. Cobb, you have the jars labeled. It's a little bit of a trick, but not too bad to get one ghost out of a 2-ghost jar. The ones that are due to pop in the morning are very hard to hold on to, and there's a very latent energy that you can feel. But you're about ready to get this going as Ben struggles to keep his balance amongst all the people slamming on it.
Okay, can I make a real... Well, I suppose you tell me, but I want to make a flashback this time to have prepared somewhere else to store the jars and bodies and stuff, similarly reinforced. It seems like a bad idea to keep that all next to each other. So just like black salt ring, jar, black salt ring, jar, black salt ring, couple of bodies.
Like traced around. Yeah, you don't have any of the bodies anymore. You've condensed them all
Okay,
over the
they've all been
days. Yes,
jarred.
you've condensed them all to jars over the couple days.
Okay.
Just procured a few more.
Can I roll study to scan the crowd to see if I see any familiar face grinders from my socializing from my last downtime?
Yeah, definitely.
I was gonna say there's probably quite a few grinders here. There is actually a good chance I might see one. So, okay,
Oh, I don't.
4. Yep.
4. Yeah, you see plenty of the ones that you have hung out with in the past. You're kind of Cassius. I thought Trickles. You wonder what happened. The thing was supposed to go down today. Everyone looks to be okay. Cersei looks to be okay. So you wonder what happened, but it doesn't seem like anybody's hurt or bleeding or anything like that. Everyone's here for a good time. No one even looks mad. They're all just incredibly interested to see what the hell you guys are about to pull.
Okay.
You also noticed some people that were at the first one. the two spies that you had picked out before.
Customers. Okay.
Yep.
I mean, I'm not really worried about them being spies anymore.
Right. Now they're
well,
just patrons, baby.
Yeah. I want to go over to Hugo, actually. I at least just want to. I mean, on my way over there, I kind of want to at least just say hello. To some
Sure.
of the
I don't know how. I don't know what
or
yelling sounds like in this.
build some.
Cassius!
Yeah, it's like at a concert, you have to get
Thanks
right
for
up to
coming.
it and go like,
Yeah.
I think we should be going soon. Do you want to get closer?
Ben, you're almost like turning it into a show as they shake the rail. You're the dancing around on it as it like almost knocks you off balance. Cassius, you find Hugo. Cassius waves at you.
Okay.
Propped up somewhere near the office.
Hugo, it looks like the hunt went well.
I couldn't tell you. I've been working with you all day. I guess so, eh?
All right, now you're gonna work on something else. I want you to go talk to him.
I got orders from Veladson to watch the money.
That's true.
Yeah.
He screams out loud.
Well, actually, isn't Doer available now that he's not doing door check anymore?
Vidar had planted him.
He's
somewhere.
watching the door and all the
He's
gear we
lookout.
took.
Oh, okay.
Everyone's got a position right now.
Okay,
Louise,
never mind.
Louise is at your beck and call, dude. She's been crowd working with
Oh,
you.
okay.
Right.
All right. Well, then I'm gonna ask Louise. It's like Cersei seems happy.
I suppose she is, huh? She came after all, didn't she?
Yeah, I was just surprised. It sounded like she had a busy day. She showed up early.
That lady never rests. Don't let her legs fool you.
All right. Guess they haven't. But once again, keep an eye on that one. Be careful with it, and watch your back. There's kids around.
You see the teens have brought snacks of their own, and they're all just cheering from the top of them.
Bag of mushrooms.
Right. Cassius, you cast an eye over there, and you see that they might be passing a flask around that they must have gotten past Vidar and Doer somehow. A small one, albeit. Not there's no whiff of alcohol that is produced out of their ass. Vidar would have caught that for sure. It's a small flask. At least you got something on them if they give you any more trouble later.
All right. I want to make my way over to Cersei, at least.
That's hard, but you can do it.
Can I roll finesse to maneuver the crowd?
You don't need to. You just get there.
Okay, okay.
But Cobb is about ready to
I know I
pop
did
these
that
things, so.
I'm
Right.
going to ask again if that's still doable. But probably going to come up. I want to at least just make my way over to Cersei.
Sure.
Make sure she has like a good view and she's fine.
She can see. Yeah, definitely. You want to talk to her?
Yeah.
Sure. So you either go to the back of the bleachers or you try to climb your way up from the front.
Okay. I'm just gonna go to the back of the bleachers because she probably just look down back at me.
Sure.
So.
You pass a boy and a girl making out in the corner.
It was fast for 30 minutes.
They ignore
All right,
you.
anyway, I'm just gonna walk past and call up to her. Well, work got out early today, huh?
She looks down at you and she goes, Cassius, I like you down there. Seems like a good height for you.
Well, not sure what that's implying. Anyways, see everything all right up there?
Bird's eye view, might as well be.
Fantastic. Well, everything should be set and arranged. You have a wonderful time tonight, and stop by one of the offices and talk to us before you head out.
One of the offices. I just
The
left the
office.
drywall in the corner.
Yeah, there's one of the drywall offices. We'll be back by there, so.
She says, of course. She's got a tankard in her hand already, of some sort of drink.
All right. I will let the pleasantries roll. I am going to do one last study check on the crowd, to at least, I just want to get a gauge on, can I maybe like climb up the side of the bleachers a little bit and then just kind of gaze out?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's tough with your sprained ankle, but you don't need to roll for it. You get up
Okay.
there eventually. It just hurts like a bitch.
Okay. Well, yeah, I at least want to just gaze out over the crowd, try and find just any irregularities, just anything that catches my eye. All right. Risky standard.
Yeah,
Any bonus dice for altitude?
sure.
Let's go. 4. Okay.
4. Refresh that. There we go. Same sort of assessment that has been made a couple times by the various members of the party. It doesn't seem like anything too shifty's going on. You know that the majority of weapons and contraband has been taken care of by Vidar and Doer. So like it just doesn't look like anybody's in a faction per se, other than the grinders, if that's what you might be looking for. Some people seem really excited, some people seem interested, some people seem afraid. It's hard to sort of gauge one overarching feeling in this room, but it is loud and lively. People are bouncing around off each other. It's like a mosh pit almost. But nothing too hard, nothing too that you can see that would be too crazy or against you, I guess is what I'm looking for. Adversarial. That's the word I needed. Adversarial to you.
Okay. And the last thing I want to do is just dismount, and I am going to kind of meander the crowd near Cersei, and I just kind of want to watch the fight through the glints in the bleachers, and just try and keep a soft ear to her situation, just make sure everything there is fine.
Sure. The couple continues making out as you sort of bob and weave around.
All right, so I guess the floor is yours, Cobb.
Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let the fight begin! And activate the smoke grenades.
Yes, a flare of smoke poofs up into the air. I assume you want it to be more of like a quick effect rather than just block out the view.
No.
Sure. So you've had the time to set this up the way you get the effect that you wanted.
Yeah.
A fantastic shower of smoke rockets up behind you. Cobb, it startles the hell out of you. You double check the bottles in front of you to make sure the ghost didn't get out. They're fine.
Yeah.
But yes, the crowd loves it. Ben, the crowd erupts into an even louder cheer than you thought possible. Cersei just laughs wickedly from the top bleacher. And
I then want to just jump down and just watch Cobb and make sure no one fucks with him while he...
in the ring or outside of the ring?
In the ring next to him.
So you jump
I
down.
want to make sure no one gets to him.
You hear people screaming, maybe you two should fight. Get us a warm up.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Cobb tried so hard to focus. It's on
Do
you,
not-
sir. It's all on
Yep,
you,
yep.
sir. It's gonna set off.
So fight 1, you gotta start high. So fight 1 isn't the title card, but it's like the second or third most active fight you've got.
It's
Just to
what
give-
the would-be runner-up would be.
Yeah, give people a taste of what's to come.
Second one's weaker, but with a twist.
He's got some shonen powers.
We
Third
give
one's
them the
it's a
American
TKO.
Gladiator,
Yeah, it's a TKO. Third and fourth are timeouts.
Yep. Sure. So, 2 bottles. Dink dink. And
Is that in a tune or?
yeah.
So we're gonna do a fight roll, which is going to serve like a fortune roll, which is going to be, I'm gonna call it fight, which is going to serve as a sort of indication to me based on a chart I've made of like what's going to happen. You can roll a tune to influence the outcome of a fight.
Sure.
You can roll a tune to influence the mood of the crowd.
Sure.
You can roll a tune to manipulate the lights. But,
I'll probably just leave that one to the ghosts.
right. But other than that, it's kind of just you let them go and duck for cover. You can roll a tune to
Sure.
protect yourself or others too, I should say.
Sure. We'll leave that until it seems necessary.
Sure. All right, Cobb. Fortune. One
dice.
Yep, 1 dice. And the 6 on this isn't success or anything like that. It's
Sure.
just
Right.
correlating.
Come on, big bucks, no whammies. Okay.
There's no big bucks, no
5.
whammies.
Yeah,
It's just-
The numbers are fake.
it's
And the
just-
prizes don't matter.
Who's fighting
I don't know what you're
anyways?
talking about.
Jesus Christ, my microphone just fell off the mic stand.
Turn it upside down when you do to describe the fight for us.
Yeah,
In
right.
this corner! I'll fix this in a minute. So basically, the first fight begins. As you pop the lids on these jars, and you said you wanted the first one to be wild, right? So you wanted to pick maybe. Do you want to do a lampblack versus a red sash, or do you want to do a gray cloak versus a docker?
Yeah, something like that. I think we'll probably save Lampblack versus Red Sash for
That's
the
the final fight.
Yeah.
closing.
Do a Grey
yeah,
Cloak
the
versus
title
Ben.
card. But Grey Cloak versus Ben. two fiercer ghosts, but not the title card.
Sure. So you grab maybe a gray cloak and a lower red sash, and pop the lids on them. You grab Ben by the shirt, and both you guys vault the banister,
Yeah, you don't want to be in there, mate.
like almost crashing into a group of people as you vault over the banister. They recoil back, trying to accept you into the crowd. Ben, you maybe clear some space for Cobb
Yeah, as
to
much as I can.
work, just menacingly pushing people with your bandaged
Yeah.
arm. And slowly but surely, a bluish, silverish vapor emerges from each of the glasses in the middle of the ring. The spirit anchors are not activated by your request, but the black salt is within 3 feet off the banister. They wisp out, and then after just a little trickle, like a vapor, they emerge into fully fledged humanoid-looking ghosts. They do this with a roar that echoes. It shakes the windows of this place. A couple of them even smash with how loud the roar is. There's a moment of Happy needs shoes. There's a moment of silence as everyone watches 2 very angry ghosts come barreling out of these jars. It does not take much, Cobb, to get these 2 to fight. They are very scared. They are very angry in nature, and they start throwing spiritual blows of sorts. This is a spectacle. So before I get into a crowd reaction, the way a ghost fight looks to me is 2 people almost like boxing, but when they swing, mists of colorful energy follow their fists and actually get in front of it, and when they crash into each other, it makes these light showers, sparks that flare out across the crowd and dissipate before they hit the ground like a sparkler. And as they do that, it makes sickening crunching noises. They yell out, and they don't make any intelligible words, but there's screeches and roars, and it's thunder, and it's
Sure.
fantastic.
Sounds like someone playing a Death Grips record backwards.
That's got to be DMCA free.
That is DMCA free if it's backwards.
Right.
It's fair, man. It's fair use.
Fair use. As they tussle, they bounce into the black salt walls, which are not visible to anyone who isn't incredibly attuned to the ghost field at this very moment. You imagine there might be some people in the crowd that are. And if you were to look into it, though, a wispy, cloudy barrier protrudes up from the circle, as well as the additional ones that Pierre had set up across the different doors and things. When they bounce into the wall, they get shocked almost, backed into each other. And the collision between the two of them sends off a flare of color that goes up and towards the ceiling, shaking the ceiling with dust falling down as they fight, and they throw blows back and forth viciously.
I want to mark a load here
Mm-hmm.
to say that I have my spirit mask equipped,
Okay.
which is part of the whisper kit. It allows me to see. Let me see supernatural energies in great detail and affords some measure of protection against possession.
Sure. Now you
so
can see the
I-
barriers.
Right, now that he's released the ghosts, he hops the fence, and you see him he's got his beat-up little messenger bag, and you see him rummage around and pull out how common is wood around here?
Common
Wood
enough.
wood's still good? Okay.
Yeah, I'll say so.
You see him produce a wood mask carved very roughly. It's lopsided. There's no fine details. It looks like someone made it with a chisel. You can really only looks human if you squint and you see it on someone's face. It looks like something he made himself, and slides it over his visage. And begins to watch the fight with intense interest.
Excellent. As the mask slides on, you're able to see the barriers of black salt rise up almost towards the ceiling. Escape is very unlikely with how you've set it up. The spirit anchors have, latent leashes leaking off of them, but not attached to anything unless you will it so. Inside the fight, you can see just a wave of angry, scared emotions coming off of both ghosts. But both of them both desperate for survival. You guys don't really take the time to explain the stakes to your ghosts that they get out of a spirit warden ectoplasm crypt if they win. But these ones don't need any encouragement. They are going to beat the hell out of each other. And then after the moment of roaring, when they come out and first collide, showering the crowd in sparks, everyone erupts in fear, laughter, excitement. It's hard to quantify. Vidar, from where you are, you see people gasp and avert their eyes. Ben, people around you take a step back, but then immediately start calling out for the person that they bet on. Cassius, you watch people trying to take notes down of what's happening, draw pictures of it, but it's impossible to get them to sit still for a second as the two vapor trails of humanoid creatures throw blows at each other and slam up against this invisible wall with just an amazing flash of color that's unlike anything anyone's ever seen before. And it's quite the sight. So the first fight ends with the Gray Cloak winning. Eventually finding weaknesses inside their opponent and ripping it to shreds. And then the fallen opponent rips into a wisp and then just fades away with a dying color of red. The ghost that is alive immediately starts trying to, like a lightning bug in a jar, bounce off against the walls, trying to get out and attack the people in the crowd. And you see everyone, but I see you ready. I see you getting ready. Let me finish. Everyone in the crowd starts panicking and screaming as they back up. Vidar, people bounce into you as they can't move you and try to run for your door. That doer is now desperately trying to guard from both sides and get their weapons. Cobb, what would you like to do?
I'm going to mark another load to produce my lightning hook from my pack. The book is sure to note that it's extendable. So I pull this little, I picture it like a boat hook, just like a piece of wood with a metal, fist-sized hook on the end.
You gotta be quicker than that.
But it has a little jar of, what's it called?
Ectoplasm.
Electroplasm.
Yep.
Yeah. At the very butt of it, and it's sort of wired up with weird science stuff and some arcane etchings and the like. And
Yes.
he snaps it out to its full 10-foot pole arm length and hops the fence and begins to sort of try and corral the ghost back into its jar.
Yes, roll a tune.
Nice.
Come Come on, come.
Man, I have 3 dice in this, and it doesn't feel like it.
And may it never.
Bargain.
And may it never.
Quick question. So, 2 6s is a crit success.
Yes.
Is 2 1s a crit fail?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to... We haven't had that happen.
Devil's
but
bargain, Cal.
Oh, you know what? Before I hook it, can I anchor it?
Yeah, you can still roll on a tune check for that. That
Sure.
wouldn't put it back into a jar, but it would make it incredibly
Sure, make it a
docile
little
and easy.
easier.
Yeah, incredibly
Yeah.
easy to do so.
Cool. Risky standard?
Risky, great. This could go either way.
Okay. Can I trade effect for position?
Yeah.
Okay.
Desperate, what's
No,
the
excuse
extreme?
me. I want controlled standard.
Oh, gotcha. It's trade. Oh, yeah, gotcha. Trade effect for position the other way.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, going from
Is
this
that-
is gonna be nuts to business as usual.
Yeah. Is that still cool?
Yeah, that's fine.
Controlled standard. Submit.
6.
Hey,
Go.
Nice.
Thank God.
W.
Yep.
Dude, I
That
swear.
roll could have made a lot of things.
Can you imagine the Berth Black Hats dying this session
I
because of this?
swear, it took like 3 seconds between me clicking it and showing
The
up.
very,
Five days, 3 years.
the very
You
important.
might not think it, but that effect of that roll could have changed literally everything we've
Yeah.
So-
The
Cersei dies when the ghost gets out.
that
the
might have
guy
been the most
data.
important
business is
role
over.
that this campaign has ever seen.
That is-
Additionally speaking, you mentioned that you hopped into the ring through the Black Salt barrier. So there was a lot riding on this attune roll.
Yes. Yes.
Very surprised we got that without a push or a devil's bargain.
Yeah,
Attaboy. Your lightning rod, or no, you're using the anchor, correct? The anchor leash. You watch it through your spirit mask, reach up, grab the spirit by the ankle, essentially, if it could have such a thing, and lock it into place as it slowly retracts it down, almost like a fishing rod. Vidar, you have a problem. People are trying to get the weapons back as they were running for the door. Their weapons and their alcohol and such. Duar is overwhelmed.
Okay, I turn around to address that issue.
How would you like to do so?
As he is wrangling, he's wrangling the ghost. I want to fuck it, we'll do it again. I produce my driving hammer, but not for murderous intent. I use it as a bell again, and I just drop it on the ground. So that
Yes, it
everyone
was a
looks
concrete
my
floor.
way. Yes, and I lean on it so everyone sees it, and I go, "Come now, no worries. You can see that our whisper has taken care of the problem. We would not want to make this any more disruptive for our grinder guests, huh?" I can roll
Commander
command.
Sway, or what do you got?
I'm gonna command. I'm trying to be intimidating. Like, don't, like, A, this event's run by the grinders. B, I'm here, and able.
Sure.
So I'm gonna do that, and I'll push myself for 2 stress.
Okay.
I don't want anyone to be risky standard.
Yeah, sounds about right. Ping. 5.
5.
Excellent. So almost everybody stops at the sound of the ping. What was that? Some people, they see your lack of fear as a reason that they should also be social proof, as we like to call that. So like they see your social proof, and it calms the most of them. Only a couple people are leaving. They are not running for the weapons. They are just trying to leave from the door. They don't want to be here anymore. And you have not halted them with your message. They do not seem encouraged.
okay.
But you've stopped
They already paid.
You've stopped the weapons locker overload. So do you want to signal to Dewar to open the door, or?
Yeah, they can let me.
Sure. As Dewar opens the door, people push it from the other side, trying to come in. Thankfully, you've kept it narrow, so it's sort of something he can keep under control. But people are trying to climb over each other to see inside. They
Well,
see
yeah,
you.
for the amount of people that leave, we'll take in new people to make the paste.
Vidar, just the entrepreneuring scum he is,
Goddamn
grabs the
right.
money bag and says,
Gonna
"Oh,
make money, baby.
we got space
bag.
open. We
Double
got
it up.
All
Yeah,
right.
I'll say the people, for the new people that come in, we do the whole thing where we take their admissions and we clear them and stuff. And Vidar shouts out, "Oh, you see those people there? They're cowards. They could not take the majesty of the fights. But you are lucky. You are lucky that there are cowards here. Come watch."
Nice. Cobb, you're able to reel the ghost in like a fish, and put it back into a different jar. Vidar, you let people in. Roll me fortune, would you?
Don't let the kid back in. Don't let the kid back in. Don't let the kid.
Put that kid back
One
where it
dice.
came from. Or 12.
We're gonna roll 2, and they're gonna be for 2 different things. So each die is going to be an outcome of its own. 3 to 5.
Okay.
Okay. So the 3. Let's talk about that. You accidentally let in too many people. You're too excited. You've gone over 120% capacity. You've gone over 120% capacity. This place is now getting packed wall to wall. Hugo is having trouble keeping people away from the office door just because standing room. You were preparing for about 100 people in there. You've got almost 150 now. So it's getting Vidar seems yes. Oh, maybe Vidar even allows it to happen. After watching Cobb's first fight.
Oh yeah, it's probably just a crime of negligence.
Right.
He doesn't care all that much.
Now for the other one, the 5. You preempted me, the kid. You notice him. Well, actually, you don't notice him. What you see is a person walking in with a large coat that has 4 feet underneath of it.
Vincent Coleman.
Yes, it is.
4 feet underneath of his coat. And you with your trained eye, having spent the first hour of this evening grabbing knives and all sorts of weapons and hidden alcohol, easily spot 4 sets of feet underneath one
I just
coat.
got off of my
Four-
job
4
at
feet
the
under.
work factory.
Could you grab me a form
It's
of
not a stacked
alcoholic
up. It's a
beverage?
grown ass dude. With
Yes,
a,
I
yeah,
understand.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. Just want to make that clear. It's not that guy from BoJack.
So I hold up a big scoff paw to stop them. And I give them a look up and down. Does the person look nervous, or do they have any understanding there's a person inside their coat?
No, they don't. As a matter of fact,
They don't. Okay.
In
I want
fairness,
to-
I don't think Vidar would notice if 4 kids were under his cloak either.
How do you know 4 kids aren't underneath? it?
I was just gonna
you're
say.
right. No one would know.
How much
Oh,
load
no
is
one
a
would
kid?
know.
Is a kid? I'd say a kid's like 3 load. Vidar could put 2 under his coat.
Okay. I want to take the driving hammer and very lightly tap it onto the kid's foot. I don't want to break anything. but I
Right,
just wanna,
you hear a yelp as he picks up his foot. He probably assumes he just got stepped on. There's a lot of people pushing around you guys.
No,
you
I
see-
keep the hammer there. He's aware that it's a hammer.
Oh, gotcha. So you don't let his foot up.
No.
Oh, okay, gotcha. He struggles against it as the person continues to walk, and the coat pulls over the kid's head, unfurling his lawn
I
hair.
make sure Doer shuts the doors this time.
Sure. Doer is carefully trying to grab weapons, but he does get your signal to, shut it and pushes it closed
I
again.
want to snag the kid.
Daggers in hand, trying to
Yeah,
struggling.
Guns.
He's doing a great job. Honest, I will say that. Let's get a round of applause for Doer. This is something that he's much better at.
Earning,
Total rook
earning
shit
a
here.
bonus.
Total rook shit here.
Alright, I want to snag the kid.
Sure, you grab him and he looks at you and he goes, "Oh God, again!" As his foot is stuck.
What did I tell you?
Yeah, the first one's free. You're like every other bully.
Oh yes, that is what I am.
He just looks at you with anger. Just let me go. I want to go home.
You have a home to go to, but you come to make trouble here.
What else am I supposed to do? I need a way to get a meal tonight.
You could work for it.
No one has work for a kid.
Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, kid.
No one has
Just
work
have
for
them
a
increase
kid,
the
huh?
minimum wage, forehead.
And if you were to have work, you would stop being a troublemaker here, yes?
Well, I suppose. No one's ever offered me a job. Are you gonna let me go? He squirms, to no avail.
I produce a set of manacles from my coat, and I say, well, I could not.
Is that a
let
load,
you
or
go."
is that just an italicized item?
It's an excellent question.
Not that it matters to you.
Italicized.
7 load.
Yeah, not
Like
that. Of course, it's
italicized.
italicized. Jesus.
I mean,
At least you have
what
the
is a load
hammer.
of Vidar?
Yeah, that's what I say. At least you have the hammer.
So I produce and I'm like, well, I could leave you strung up for the blue coats to come around, yes, or we could make a different arrangement.
And he's like, he looks at you, and then he gets sort of a smirk to his eye, and he's like, the blue coats don't know about this. Maybe we can do an arrangement based on that and that alone.
I put the manacles away and I take out the whaling hook. And I say, yeah, do you want to negotiate with me?
Well, you wouldn't kill somebody in the middle of this event.
I turn him to look at the ghosts that are fighting to the death. And I go, yes, that would certainly be a very odd thing to do here.
He didn't get to see that. He has no idea what's happened. He's a cut purse, man. He follows the crowd. You take a second. With that note, you take a second to feel your coin purse, and you're hooked on your belt still in safe spot.
Sure, yeah, it's all still there.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I put all my stuff away, and I say, all right, you want work. You obviously got some skills, but you need to do them better. Come back tomorrow, and we'll talk with the rest of the people who run this place and see if you can make a better living working for us than being having your foot crushed by my hammer.
He goes, wow, a genuine job offer. There's a little bit of scorn in his voice, but he seems relatively interested in it.
It would be honest coin, and it would be yours that you've earned. I could take a hand instead and make it harder for you to find jobs. As I said, the first lesson's free. You need to work off the second one.
Got a lot of rules, mister.
I've gotten where I am because of them.
Fine, I'll show up tomorrow.
Good.
You
I
push
will know if you don't.
him away.
I throw him out.
Yeah, and he Doer lets him out.
Actually, I want to check him for more coin purses.
He doesn't have any. Good idea.
I give him a scale.
There you go, a down payment. Sure, he takes it graciously.
What's his name?
He didn't tell you his name. Do you want to
What's
ask?
your name? Fuckwad.
Boy one.
An unnamed NPC. His name is Callum.
Love it.
Callum.
Alright. I am Vidar. We are the Berth Black Hats.
His eyes go a little wide with that. He goes, "Oh, now I know what's going on here."
I raise my eyebrows and I say, if you don't try to sneak in next time, then maybe you'll get to see it.
Well, I definitely want to see that. Pleased to meet you then. And sorry about the coin purse.
Of course you are. Do not lie to me.
Okay, I'm
You're
not
not
sorry. I'm not
sorry.
sorry. You're right.
Get the fuck out.
Fuck you too. He says as he walks
Throw-
away. All right.
I
cool.
look at Doer and I'd be like, if you see that kid again, kick him.
Duar can't hear you as he's clanging daggers down under the table. He just gets your signal to let the kid out, and it's
Why is
blades in the
everyone so armed in this city?
blades in the dark, bro. It's in the name of the
There has to be
game.
blades, I suppose.
At least there's,
Alright.
I didn't say there was a lot of pistols. Like there's only one or two guns sitting over there. It's mostly just little tiny, kitchen knives and shivs and shit.
Sure, yeah.
Just some, you take your wallet, you take your inhaler, you take your car keys and your shivs. It's blades in the dark.
Statly IRL.
All right. Hey man, you got kicked out of a concert we went to because you tried to bring a knife into it. All right.
It was not a knife.
It was a multi-tool that had
There
a
was a
knife
knife on
in it. So I don't want to hear any lip from you about people bringing knives into this event. All right, moving forward. Fight number 2 of 5. So we'll keep it rolling. We're going to get another fortune roll in from Cobb. Cobb, anything to do before you set this up?
How's the crowd looking? Are
A
we
little
approaching dangerous levels of vibes?
just peering into the ghost field.
Yeah.
No, it's curiosity now. I think by opening up with what you did, you obviously stunned a lot of people. People did cheer, people did run. So you have kind of a mixed effect, sort of in the air right now. Just genuine curiosity, a little bit of fear, a little bit of excitement, not really knowing what's going to happen next. People have not even, interestingly enough, and Cassius, you noticed this first, people have not actually come to collect their bets on the first fight yet. One of the bells, an attractive young woman, stands up on there, up on the booth underneath the chalkboard, and says, like, payouts, bring your stubs. And some men and some women start moving towards there to get their money. People go to refill their tankards in between fights. As the crowd seems to be agreeing to what's going on. Vidar had calmed all the fleers, except for the people who are genuinely afraid.
Okay, I want to meander to the payouts. At least just make sure I'm within influence distance if things start to go wrong.
Sure. You see an attractive group of men and women handing out money to people. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Pretty pog.
What the old world had.
Pretty pog, I might say so myself.
Actually, no. All right. Yeah, I'm just gonna hover and just make sure. I just like roll study. I'm just gonna people come in to collect their bets, see if anyone's being rowdy.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
I would encourage you to keep that up.
5.
Not yet. Everyone seems to be. What?
Sorry. I was like, you said not yet, and I'm like, yes, yeah.
Well, I mean, it could happen. It depends on how this goes.
It will.
But people come over sort of remembering that this is a gambling den of sorts, and that they're here to make money after they're sure that their lives are intact. Cobb, obviously, by anchoring that spirit and rebottling it, you've calmed a lot of the nerves. So people are now actually kind of getting into the idea that, like, oh, it's like a horse race, or it's like a rat race, or a dog fight. I see, and they're running over to the bells to get their money.
Okay. I'm still just gonna hover in this.
Sure, definitely not a bad spot to stand.
We were at Cobb with a fortune roll.
Yep, unless anybody else wanted to get anything in.
Before I do that, what is the worst thing you can do with electroplasm in the ghost field?
The worst.
Like,
thing.
I know we've made lights go pop. Is that it? There's no chance of it going off like a bomb or like, melting a hole through the floor or anything like that.
I've been fucking with the little bit of the lights in the ship during our downtime, and I can do a little bit of stuff that might get that kind of outcome. I don't know what your magic can do, but
so it's toxic. It's not acidic. So it would not be great digested. It is flammable, obviously. So like if you get a large enough of it into a space and then set it off, it would give sort of a fire explosion akin to dropping a match in a vat of gasoline.
I'll hold on then. I have some electroplasm vials as part of my kit. I thought they might spice up some of the slower fights, but
most likely used to dissolve bodies, so ghosts don't. That's probably why they're a part of your kit, to just sprinkle over a body to melt it the way the spirit wardens do. But you can use it to power a lamp should you ever need it to do so.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you have a use for it, definitely ask me.
Sure. I will hold off. I was just gonna roll one in there and hope that it flickered and did weird stuff while the ghosts were fighting.
like a rave or something.
But I
like
don't want it to explode like a Molotov, so I think I'll just hang on to it.
Why the hell not? That just sounds cool.
Sure. I'll just go ahead and make the fortune roll.
Sure. Cobb sets up fight number 2, which is the TKO to keep people interested, right? A 1. Okay.
1.
Remember, they're just.
Yes, not a result. Just a result from a list.
Coincidentally, though, one option is
Yeah.
the worst.
So the crowd. So it turns out one of the people is a goblin, and it blows up. Was that a 1d100 that goblins blow up and kill or
yes.
something?
And it was on a crit fail, they would have bombs in them and escape from the Blood Keep.
Yeah.
It was an excellent thing to do. Feistier combat. Is there a bomb in them? Let's find out.
No, bomb does not detonate. You pour out 2 more ghosts. These are probably just some of the ones that the grinders have given you at some point. Cobb, this is what happens with this roll. These 2 don't want to fight. The 2 ghosts emerge out in a similar vapor, at first, and then merge into fully fledged humanoids. They whirl around, trying to bounce out of it. Again, lightning bug in a jar. Trying to bounce out of the black salt, trying to find weaknesses in the armor that you've set up for this place. The crowd is still sort of bemused by this, but they start to scream for violence not too long after.
So I want to get between the fence and the black salt.
Yep, there's about 3 feet of space, as we've discussed.
And get their attention somehow. How am I gonna do that? I'll hook one. Come here, you. Hook one down to my level.
Easy enough to hook one without an attune check, since they're not fighting or is trying to attack.
Right, here's the thing, right? You remember the spirit wardens? They're coming to grind you up into dust and burn you away. So you've got to go fight that other bloke, or else we're turning you over. You see? You fight, you win, and we let you go about whatever business you've got. But if you just dance around like this, we're turning you into ectoplasm.
The ghost shrieks in your face. Windows shatter. You'll take a level 1 harm, deafened. As you try to negotiate with a very.
Hey,
Can I burn armor? I have load for it.
Yeah, that's a physical damage. I'll say enough. You are somehow you're willing to burn some armor to do that. Borderline.
Sure.
I almost said no.
I've got a helmet.
You got
on
rags stuff.
Yeah,
you got rags stuffed into your ear because you knew this was gonna happen.
So that's 2 load, and my armor is burned, and now I am at 4 of my 6.
Shrieks in your ear. Ben, you hear this too, and it like sends you flying back into a group of men. Everyone does.
Everyone hears this, I take it.
Oh yeah, it broke the windows, some of the windows above you guys.
Okay, I want to just slowly make my way to the ring. I want to make sure they're all right.
Sure, you walk through a group of staggered men and women who are spectating this event, all covering their ears, but still having their eyes blown open, watching what Cobb trying to work this other one. The other ghost, ping 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 ping, basically trying to get out.
I have a question that could involve into a flashback.
Okay.
So this would be a question for Cobb, because he would be the one that's basically the wrangler of these ghosts. Hey Cobb, out of curiosity, is there any kind of, not necessarily negotiating, but way of talking to these things while they're in the jar, or do they have to be out?
So this is a flashback, you're saying?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to call it a flashback to even talk about this. So yeah, flashback.
Sure. One stress to have a conversation before the job here.
Yep.
I have no idea. Can you talk to them while they're out? How sentient are they? It seems like not very.
They can become more sentient depending on how they are treated after death. And Vidar could have chimed in here and told you in Skavish traditions, everyone comes to a wake when someone dies, as the soul slowly pours out of the body by being linked to the body, and being encouraged to come and enjoy the afterlife and being amongst friends and family when emerging into the afterlife. Ghosts are more easily calmed. That does not happen a lot in Duskfall. So they definitely come out as more of a tortured soul. And they are surrounded by 150 people all screaming for them to fight. And you just grabbed on them with a lightning hook. So grabbing and convincing something like that. I mean, I guess that's in the present. So for the flashback, it's you have to have the circumstances just so to bring a ghost out in a proper way.
I have a feeling that there might be a couple ghosts that don't want to fight, as we had in our first endeavor.
That happened a lot in the first fight, by the way, too, Ben. So you can call back to that.
I think. So I have two thoughts, and I'd like to hear your reasoning
I need a
behind
moment to
each
put
of
my
them.
mic up too. So.
If we were to shake up the jars, would that aggravate them before a fight? Or
No, that's not really. That's not really how it works.
All right. My other thought is coax one into believing it's an easy fight. You're going to pull one, and while it's got its back turned or its proverbial attention drawn, the other one takes advantage of it, posing as an easy fight for the ghost and making a quick process with it.
I don't know how much communicating there is to be done with these things. They're animals in there. They fight out of instinct. I don't think we can very well reason with them.
You can riot their emotions to try and will them into fighting, but negotiating.
That's where I was going.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I think the best thing is if a fight does occur, just instead of trying to get them both to fight, maybe try and just focus one to just absolutely go wild on the other. Violence causes a lot, and that's...
Sure, I think, right, I want to be careful about that sort of thing, but I think if they won't fight, I'll anchor them both, turn the dial up to 11, and if they still won't fight, then we just move on.
Works for me. Alright.
So have I
Cut the
reached the
flashback.
stage by this point?
Yes, you have. You've got
Okay, I'm
it.
gonna get to the crowd. We get over there. Cobb, are you alright?
Ah, Christ, yeah. Well, I will be, but... Yeah, that was, I better be getting paid for that.
The down payment on the windows is gone, so I don't think so. Are you
Cassie
fine?
says,
You
brushing
want some-
glass off his coat.
Yeah, I'll be all right as long as that don't happen again. Look, they don't want to fight, and so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna anchor them both, and it'll make them slow and sort of fuzzy. But then what I'm gonna try and do is dial up the heat on them and rile them up. And maybe they can't move, they got the emotions, they'll fight each other, but I don't want to make them angry while they're free like this. So, if anchoring them don't work, then I think we just move on to the next card.
I'm gonna glance up at the absolute chaos that's going on of the spirits, kind of looking at them. I'm no Cormac, but maybe you could translate for me if you want to whip one of them up into a frenzy?
I just tried it, mate. He shouted me fucking helmet off.
So this is a out of character question. Can you set up a tune for a sway check?
So wait, you're gonna try and talk to them, or I don't like explain to me the action.
What I'm asking is if Cobb can try and at least make one of them docile to a degree where he'd actually hear me out, so he could use an attune to set up for a sway.
I can make one docile for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I shouldn't say for sure, but you know.
Yeah, not for sure, but I mean, I'm just asking if that's possible.
That seems to align with what I've used it for so far. I think the big thing is like, is it human enough to understand conversation?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm asking. Yeah,
I want to call for another flashback just because I have a question now. But that
You
is
just
also
ask the question, I can tell you if it's worth the flashback or not.
Okay. Well, so I just wanted to double check. The entire purpose of all of this is to screw over Cersei and her crew, correct?
Not per
Not
Well, no,
exactly.
it's to make money.
Yes,
it's to make money, but Cersei is just the shield right now.
She's the fall girl.
Yeah, but the thing is that relation is not sour yet. It is like, it's still fine right now. If we can keep it good, that's fine, but we're willing to be expendable.
Okay, so So we're willing to throw her to the wolves. We're not trying to get rid of her.
Yes, but I don't think we're at that point yet.
All
We're
right.
not
No,
nearly
I just wanted to double check.
Yeah,
that.
you don't need
That's
a
what
flashback for that. That's
okay.
yeah.
All right.
That's
I would
true knowledge.
do not try to immediately sour the
No.
relationship.
That is why I asked.
We need a bigger fish than one spirit. It's worth that.
I think I'm just gonna try and anchor them. That should calm them down a little bit. You can try and talk after that, but I don't know how much there is in there that will understand you.
Can we be like cornermen, like for boxing?
I think our best bet is just to use the ghost field to rile them up a little bit, like we did in the crow's foot. It works on ghosts too.
Okay.
I think just riling them up is gonna be better.
Okay. I mean, I'm just asking you, Stat. Like, they comprehend language, right? Like, we talked to. I mean, I think we've talked to.
There are ghosts that are essentially human beings, just in the afterlife.
But
These
not every
ones,
ghost ends up like
yes,
that.
but that is not the rule. That is the exception. The rule in Duskfall is that they are these tortured, vengeful spirits that.
Okay. Can you
we need to rile
feel
them up a
that
lot faster.
for like
than
some
what
type
we're
of
doing right now.
humanity, or no?
What was the question?
I was saying, like, can you roll a tune to like feel for that humanity to see if it's still there?
You can, yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
I guess that is definitely not my expertise, but I'm asking if. I mean, it's up to you. It's like if.
I'm not jumping through all those hoops. We ain't gotta be friendly with them. I'm just gonna anchor them and make them mad.
Sure, that's what got you
Well
through
said.
the
It's
first.
fine. It's your sphere. I just want to make sure people are getting value out of what they bought in here.
Sure. Okay. I will go ahead. I want to try and anchor them both first.
Sure, we'll do one attune check for the both. So
Very cool.
to anchor and then
Okay.
to riot them.
For that
Sorry, Miss
one,
Warren,
I will
stealing from your
definitely.
language.
Push
I will
yourself.
definitely push. Yeah. Risky standard.
Risky great.
Okay.
I was gonna say, we're encroaching desperate. We are.
Yeah.
Yes, right.
They're still within the black salt and everything.
Okay, fine.
Okay, a 5.
5.
Yes, with a 5, you are able to anchor both of the spirits, the leashes through your mask. So you reach up and grab them, pin them down, and then you're able to sort of stoke the energy. It works differently than the energy that you get off a crowd of people like that you can see in the air right now. It's a lot more easy to just will these things to, do what you want them to do. And you are able to get them into a state where they're actually a little bit more combative, and they begin to fight.
Nice.
They are still anchored, so like the fight doesn't go up and shower the
Yeah,
crowd and
right.
sparks like the other one does. It's a lot more fighting out of desperation and survival, pinning each other against the force field that is established. But eventually one emerges victorious,
Nice.
and looks haunted as the other one wisps away.
Not as flashy as the first fight.
No, and the crowd makes it known. Rather than be impressed with your ability to control, they start booing a little bit. People are now mad that they're losing money, whereas before they were so stunned they forgot to collect. And people are throwing out accusations like that one was rigged. Like that was as if there's an established science to what you guys are doing.
Yeah, right. As if we could fix a ghost fight.
If you have a complaint, take it to the doorman.
I kind of muttered to Cobb, God, they already have such high expectations, and they've never seen anything.
Right, well, you're the talker. Maybe you could work them up a little bit, huh?
There's 1,000 people here. Put them all on the line, then maybe we can.
Well, you were the one talking about balls and all that. Maybe you could find, the word in the right ear, find who the crowd taking their cues from, sort of thing.
There's normally some intimacy, but we don't have a band, so we can't stir the mood.
We'll write that down for next time, then.
Okay.
Hey, wait. Hey, Cersei's got her grinders here, right? Maybe we can get them to, juice the crowd a little bit. they'll do whatever she says. If she says enjoy the fight, they enjoy the fight. Everyone else sees they're enjoying the fight and think, wow, this is a great fight. Look who all's enjoying it. You think that'll work?
Enjoy yourselves by order of the grinders.
I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna start running to the bleachers with Cersei.
Nice. Well, I set up for the next one. Bottle that ghost. And,
let me
start
let me
prepping
check
the
my
next one.
chart as you
This
run
is
there.
it, isn't it?
No,
We should have five
Five
fights,
rounds.
right?
Yeah, 5 fights.
I want to
We did-
count
Oh,
up the
I thought we
bleachers.
only got. I thought
We
we
got
only
some
had enough for-
some supplemental income from the grinders.
Yep, they
We're
rounded
into
you guys out.
We're into the boring fights now.
Okay.
Sure, we could do one fight roll for both if you guys want to expedite it a little bit, and then we'll
Yeah,
go to the
we
title.
sure, yeah.
We'll do
Yeah.
the title card for the last one. But Cassius runs to Cersei.
Okay. I want to kind of sprint up the sides of the bleachers to an extent and call over to Cersei and say, "It's kind of appreciation we get."
She says, "Well, that wasn't bloody entertaining, was it?" Looked like two
Yeah,
cats
yeah,
fighting
yeah.
around in that ring.
Have you seen one fight before, besides the one before that? Because we know we did that.
Well, that looked like a production put on by the guy with smoke bombs more than anything else. And then we get to watch these two lazy dogs have it out in the ring.
Well, there's always going to be some calm before the storm.
I should hope so. At least it seems to be making money, though. I saw Vidar over there collecting a scale for everyone in.
Exactly. Let's view it as some hype and nothing fully delivered yet. It's all a build. It's an art piece. You ever been to the orchestra?
Do I look like I've been to the orchestra, Cassius?
I don't know. You might be cultured. I've only known you for a few weeks.
I'm gonna let you venture a guess.
Probably not. But there is some long span build to it.
Make an assessment.
Megan doesn't.
All I'm asking, just maybe get the grinders to start trying to sway the crowd.
Oh, that's no problem. And then she, like, the four people next to her start hooping and hollering super loud. The other grinders that are placed without the crowd cheer, and you hear Hugo from across the room. Yeah, this is the best thing I've ever seen. The crowd
Shouldn't have let him drink for free.
roll a sway check to just work on the crowd more so than on Cersei.
You want me to sway?
Yes, I do.
Alright. Risky standard?
Yep. Well, controlled because you've got the grinders working with you.
W.
W for
Check.
sure.
You can control the crowd a little bit better now. Nice 5. The crowd seems to be they get the message. Enjoy yourself. It's only begun. And that starts to sort of amplify through as people collect their winnings from the last one or lament their losses. An attractive man gets up from the bells, dressed in the gold from the gilded plume, crosses off the odds for the ones that are doing, puts up the results, and starts calling out, get your bets in for the next round. And, people run over to put a few more scale down on whoever they think is up next, which you have brief descriptions of on the chalkboard.
Okay. I'm gonna hobble back to Cobb and be like, this one better pack a punch.
I'll do what I can, mate, but the title card's not for. We could do the title card now if you want to, if you think we're losing them, but we were saving it for the end.
Well, so here's the question: if we do the title card, is it just the title card now? Is that it? Because I feel like if we throw a title card and then just have shit after, that's gonna be worse than just. having
You
another
ever watched a
title.
real title card? It usually is one of the most anticlimactic fights of the,
Yeah,
of the
that's
night.
right. 10 rounds, judge's decision.
Right. But yeah, for our purposes, we'll make it more fun than that. You guys have a lamp black. No,
Lamp black
a crow and a red sash.
Crow and a red
Yeah,
sash.
ready to go.
Cobb, we got Dockers and Skov here. They're not one for the arts. The more punch, the better. I think we can hold off on the title card, but let's see how the next one plays out.
He wants you to make a mountain out of a molehill, Cobb. That's what I'm hearing.
Right, well, I'll do what I can, but, what's the take looking like so far? How much more do we really need to juice it?
None of you can tell. It's
Always want to make a good first impression. As I've looked around over the night, we've made a multitude, but
All Alright, I'll do what I can, but I'm not doing anything stupid. I'd rather us all leave alive and poor than dead and rich.
Stupid is my job. All right, that's what I
Alright. Slow fights, next 2 slow fights.
Sure,
Okay.
Ben, you want to get some announcing in? Hop back up on that rail now that
Of
it's
course.
ghost free since '93.
Yep, I'll hop back on as Cobb is getting ready to set the next couple fights up. A thought occurred. Why don't we have a tag team match?
How do we take them out of the fight?
Ladies and
Oh
gentlemen,
no, he's
we
doing it.
know the fight was not that great, and I want to be pleased. But today, we have something special. Not is it just a normal fight, but a tag team match.
Oh my god.
I'm going to look incredibly scared and then look at Cobb and be
I'm
like,
just like whips around like, oh what?
The crowd.
we have to do it
The
now.
crowd.
Okay, when this happens, I wanna go find what
Pierre.
No, the woman that's helping Cassius.
Luis.
Oh, Louise.
Luis. Okay,
Yes,
I
easy
want
to
to go
find.
get Luis, and I want to tell her to go man the table with Doer and fucking like be intimidating as shit. I trust her.
She winks
Have
at
your weapon
you.
drawn if you need to.
She winks at you
sure.
and says, "No problem," and she runs over to her brother.
Great.
With-
And then I level the hammer on my shoulder, and I go like, I go step in the ring with Cobb, and I pat him and I go, we're in it now.
That son of a bitch, I'm gonna kill him. I'm
The
gonna kill
crowd.
him.
I'll hold him down.
You owe me a kicking in the teeth.
Yes,
I want
the crowd has
You can have
made
the
a
front one.
drum by stamping on the bleachers, slamming their hands on the wooden barricade.
Mock his daftness all you want. It's not shy of ingenuity.
Boom, as
Would this count as mayhem by chance?
yeah, most certainly. Most certainly.
You son of a bitch!
You rigged the system.
Total action.
Without further ado, place your last bets on the winning team, and let the fight begin!
You watch a lot of people rush the gambling. The birds are completely overwhelmed and
is what we
unsecured at
wanted.
this point.
Well, yeah, that son of a bitch. That's not the odds we made. We can't even control this one.
Hugo waves
I
for
don't
your
think we're thinking about the money anymore.
Hugo from the back screams for any of your attention as he's waving his hand back and forth, and he's like, "The bettors need help. The bettors need help." As everyone in the crowd is running to either change their bet or add their bet,
I
or like
look at Cassius.
Yeah,
I look
I
at
was about to look
Cassius
at
and I
Lobo.
point over that direction. And Ben's done announcing, so I give him a very stern look and point over there too.
I'll be
Yeah,
back.
I'm just gonna waddle over there. I have nothing
Okay.
else to add to that.
they're not
I
getting
wanna-
attacked. They're just completely overwhelmed.
Oh yeah,
And-
just, like it's like, oh, I'll take this. No, I'll take this. It's
yeah,
okay,
and people are
thanks,
shaking
Marcus.
the pretty shoddy booth and the
I
chalkboard.
want to
Two
kiss the
things.
scav protection rune I've got.
is-
Two
Okay.
things really quick. There's grinders at the booth, right?
Not necessarily. You guys didn't
So
stop
are they in the
anybody.
crowd like nearby?
Yeah, there's a couple that are like the people. So you guys have 3 grinders who are quote unquote
Yeah.
working tonight.
Right.
And then the rest of them are like drinking or up in the bleachers or like, on the rail with the other dockers slamming it, cheering. So it's like you have 3 that you could sort of boss around. 2 of them are employed currently. The other one is calling for your help as they are trying to stand between the office and the
I
crowd.
want to at least get the attention of some of the grinders that are just in attendance.
Mm-hmm. You can
And I just want to run over to a few of them and say, "You see that swarm over there? You see how unruly and unprofessional that looks? You really want Cersei to look like that on the floor?"
unruly and unprofessional, lad. That's what we do.
Not in here, you don't. On the streets, you do.
I'm not fucking working tonight. Don't you have some of our people?
Listen. All right, I can cut a small deal, okay? I can find you some flask for your a flask for you folks. If you go
We're
into
drinking
the store-
free, lad. That was part of the deal.
How about more?
May I remind you that you have scale in your pocket. You could just give the guy some
True.
coin.
I'm just gonna like flash a handful of scale and be like, "You get this? Go show some muscle over there. Get him in order."
That's the language I speak. And he grabs his friend, and they run over to the booth and hop up on it. The bells looking afraid at first, but then they turn around so their backs are towards the bells and towards the crowds and form a bloody fucking queue. And kind of pushing people around and with their swords brandished. Cersei, you see her again laughing wickedly from the bleacher. Even her bodyguards are cackling a little bit as she looks right at you, Cassius. Yeah. Take a XP. Yeah.
Vidar,
Go ahead.
Vidar, you got an interest in the arcane. You got black salt on you. Did you bring that sort of thing?
Yeah, we were all given a pouch when we were in the army, so I'm used to keeping it with me. I will mark a load for arcane implements.
Sure. Duly
That's
noted.
what I was hoping. I will do the same.
Put that load to work, boy. Let's get some
Taking me to
the
my
handy
goal.
haversack that is Vidar Velotzen.
Oh, I'm at 5 load. I have 2 left. I want to get a second ring here, just in case the first one fails. You know, if one gets out, they'll get trapped between the inside and the outside sort of thing. Maybe buy us a couple extra seconds to deal with it.
Okay, I can see. From my perspective, Vidar does not have enough on himself to do that alone. But I think if we combine those two equipment, Statly, is that enough to do another ring?
A small one. You could probably. You could probably get it 8 feet in diameter.
Well, just thinks it forces them into close violence.
That is not. That is
does.
Right. Well, having 4 of them in a smaller square is not as bad, not better, but
counterproductive.
You could make it a square. Yeah, that's true. Don't ask me for how big the area of the square is. First, I will not be able to answer.
Why don't we? Is it possible to just like make the one that we have thicker, so that if it does get kicked or bumped, it requires more effort to move that sand?
Yeah.
Also,
to reinforce the one that exists.
I slightly need to retcon. It is not a tag team; it's a free for all because I just realized how are we.
Sure, we
can't.
I think everyone gets the.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I'm like, I'm not explaining. I'm like, you're on a team with him, and he just like kills me.
Yeah. Tries to possess you.
Hell in the cell. 1v1v1v1.
Cobb lots of electroplasm ball. You can do a thin line around the diameter of the other one to thicken it up a little bit to reinforce the barrier.
Reinforce it.
Yep, it will
I
not
think
change.
That's a better option.
Yeah, it will not change the diameter of the circle by any notable mark, but it will make the barrier a little thicker.
That will have to do.
Ingenious idea.
Yeah.
Ingenious idea. Will it hold against 4 raging spirits? Who knows?
Fail safes. We're all okay.
I make sure I got my demon bane and my spirit bane charms.
Yeah.
Christ.
I wanna pat him on the back, and I say, once more into the breach, eh? So we tried before we went over the top.
You're not alone with that spirit bane charm, by the way. Many people in the audience have produced them or put them around their necks or wrap them around their wrists.
Sure. What I want to do is I want to do something that they used to do in the military before they would go. Is he takes his spirit bane charm off and he runs around the circle, clinking it on other people's spirit bane charms, so that they all yeah.
You certainly brush across a scoff shoulder or a soldier or two that knows the process, and maybe came through the labor camps as well. And has theirs extended out. Their arms look strong. Their tattoos are Scottish in nature as they reach their arms out over the ring to meet your charm as you run around. Other people fall in tow. And oh my god, the sound. I can dream about the sound in this room right now. the thud.
I've been listening to Stadium FX.
Yeah. Give me Kurt Craft 400.
All right, let's do it.
Yep. So they get the situation under control at the gambling booth. I think Ben, you went over that way too. So you and the grinders that Cassius put on are able to get the situation under control. This is a big payout if you guys can get this to not blow up in your faces.
All right.
Okay.
I still would like to meander back to Cobb, but once that's settled, so I trust
Yeah, you
those.
guys are all in the same place pretty much. I mean, the gambling booth isn't too far, so Ben can see you.
Okay.
So
Fortune roll?
I was gonna say fortune, but I feel like that's not right. I feel like we need to come up with something else for this.
I feel like just the mass production of Force Spirits needs to be in a tune.
Yeah.
There's so much going on here, whereas
Yeah.
like, my fortune rolls were more about like what outcome happens,
The outcome,
right?
yeah.
This is more like you guys are tempting the fates. This is in itself a devil's bargain without even really
Yeah, right.
without it even being
I
made,
don't- whatever-
With a mandatory devil's
so-
bargain.
yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Pretty much.
I will say I'm gonna do the help action with Cobb, so I'll
Yes,
take
please.
2 strats and give him a bonus dice.
Thank you.
You only need
I
to
thought
take
it was
one.
just
You only need
help.
to take one,
Oh,
Vidar. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. One to help for a
I thought it
bonus.
was 2.
All right.
Uh,
Yes, I will do that. Give him. Can I do more?
It doesn't say that you are capped at. I'll just keep it at 1. Let's not attempt that fate yet.
No precedent.
Yeah, let's not establish that.
Sure. All right, but I do that.
Just group funding help actions. How do you help? I mean, you kind of already have. But if you want to stylize it maybe more.
I am attuned. I've got. I don't. Cobb is better at this than me, but like I expand my sixth sense, open my third eye, and all that, and just like kind of match the energy that he's putting out, and I'm just a supportive force.
Yeah, I
On,
like
the
that a lot.
opposite side of the ring. I'm like resounding his
You
energy. back.
amplify him. Yes,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
don't
yeah,
necessarily reach out to affect.
No, I don't.
anything
I'm not.
that's
Yeah, I'm not
going on,
doing anything. I'm
But you're
helping.
able to perceive, Cobb's spirit, which is a starkly different one compared to the people in the crowd. And Cassius has his hand on his shoulder, watching in awe. Ben off in the corner, you can see him too. But you're able to, reach out and influence Cobb. Cobb, it's gonna come down to you, man. This is it sounds like a mandatory devil's bargain, so get your +1 on that. Bad things will happen if this goes poorly.
This is 6 dice, I think.
Well, I mean,
Yes.
if it's a mandatory devil's bargain, yeah, you get a +1. So.
And you got one from help.
Risky. What's the beginning?
Desperate.
Yeah, desperate. Yeah,
Hey, you're
desperate.
welcome.
There it
you go.
is.
Desperate
Desperate
extreme.
Don't-
Extreme.
Okay.
Yep, this
The
is
entire
throwing.
no pressure, Cal.
All right, hands up, magic hands, boys, magic hands.
Desperate,
Magic
extreme,
hands.
2 bonus dice. I'm gonna push myself as well.
Magic hands. All 6s. Magic hands. Jacob, magic hands.
I can't look.
Magic.
A crit
Critical
success.
I heard the O and I was like, oh,
3,
no.
2, 2. Nice. Wow. Wow. That was the where you got the 656, the push, the help, and the devil's bargain.
That's right.
Like that's where you got it from. Otherwise it was gonna fail so hard.
3.
Oh my god. It was written in the fates.
I need a cigarette, man.
Cobb, you look up
Like
into the
last
sky.
session, Cobb is just a nervous wreck.
Cobb, you look up into the sky and you spit in Miofessa's face, and you and you unleash 4 spirits into a Hell in the Cell event. And holy god. So with the reinforced spirit barrier, you're able to keep the ones that immediately try to flee the situation in. It is only so many feet in diameter, so even though as they try to ping around and escape, which are 2 of them that immediately don't go into the fight, the other 2 push them into the fight as collateral. It was weapons against each other. A gray cloak, you would assume, and maybe another ganger, slamming into each other, trying to fight. The spark showers that I mentioned earlier do not cease this fight. It's not so much like a wave of sparklers, it's just an endless shower of red, gold, blue lights crashing down onto the crowd, which is now screaming at deafening levels. At this point, it is impossible to communicate with each other, as the roar of the crowd and the ghosts fighting has completely sucked any intelligible conversation out of the room. They slam into each other, tearing through different ghosts. Flares of just inconceivable colors to you and me, alight the room for our characters and our NPCs in the room, as they are, witnessing just something never before seen or described. Vidar, to you, even the Banshee fight sort of dwarfs this in comparison, or this is dwarfed by this in comparison. For spirits all locked into a very tiny circle.
Sure, yeah, being this close to like a nuclear bomb going on.
Right, exactly. The shrieks, the yells, the thunder, it's just something. It's like almost comparable to being in the war. The sounds that you're hearing.
Just to make a save.
When this happens, all of the windows shatter in the warehouse. Glass.
I was worrying about how to open them earlier. I don't need to anymore.
Yeah, everybody's cheering Cormac. Just
Yes, as a fine dust of a glass hits the shoulders of the people towards the backs of the room, and maybe standing outside trying to listen.
I like to think that Cormac is quick enough on his feet; he could whip up favorable odds.
Yeah, to definitely do that. Yeah, no, we could definitely say Cormac.
Can I attempt to yell something to Vidar?
It will be desperate, and then whatever is below limited. It'll be damn near impossible to communicate at this moment. I will tell you, you're welcome to roll and hope for double sixes, but
Okay. No,
Cobb and Vidar have an identical vein just throbbing like a quarter inch
Right.
out of their
right.
head.
Yes.
Our brains are operating in a different way now.
Yeah, Cobb, everything you've put in is not to influence the aura of the crowd or the ghost. It is just to keep the barrier from snapping. As when two collide into it at the same time, it flexes out in the ghost field. And recoils back in.
That's so good.
Anyone with a spirit mask on, of which you are not the only person, and Vidar, you can sort of sense it as you watch Cobb's eyes move past where the barrier should be, as you try to, force his emotions, increase his, courage to hold these things in place. But there's not a hell of a lot I can argue with double sixes. You're able to keep it until there's just one ghost standing, a crow. Standing at the ashes of his foes, almost tranquil after destroying everyone inside, not even anchored. The crowd is, the crowd
unsteady on his feet. Cobb extends the hook again and goes to bottle it.
It puts up a hell of a fight as you use your lightning hook. Obviously being strengthened in some way by killing these things. So rather than just zoom and sucking it into a jar like you normally do, you have to fight it in quite a bit. It's also just so hard to focus. You can't communicate with anybody, but you are able to contain this incredibly vicious ghost into a reinforced spirit jar for some amount of time, but you're not sure how long. This one is a bad dude.
Sure. Once Cobb gets it into the situation, kind of resolves itself. Vidar wants to turn back to, he wants to go and grab Cobb. He picks him up by the scruff and puts him on his shoulder, and they go around the inside of the ring.
Yeah, Ben's gonna
everyone's
hop
yelling.
back up. Give it up for our lovely whisper, Cobb!
You somehow overcome the shouts of the crowd. Vidar and Cobb, as you wheel around, you see Cersei beaming, just realizing that her name is attached to all of this, and her people are the ones, running the event in her mind. And just beaming with pride and laughing. The screams, the yells, people are, pushing to get their bets. As a matter of fact, a fight breaks out over by the gambling booth over, who should get the money. It's not between the bells or the grinders, not the hawkers. It's just between patrons fist fighting in the pit. Vidar,
I set Cobb down, and I don't say anything. I just give him a punch in the chest. I just smile at him, and I haul myself up and over, and shoulder the hammer back onto the shoulder, and I start making my way over there.
Cobb rocks back on his heels 2 inches when you do that. He looks like he is about to. He looks paper thin right now.
Sure.
Since I was in the crowd moving back, can I confront the fight?
What do you mean by confront? Want to throw some hands?
No, I don't do that. I'm a talker. All right?
You are the closest to the fight. But
Yeah.
actually, because Ben hopped back up onto the wood to
Are we at a
MC.
Has the shouts died enough where I can yell and people?
You
can hear me?
now can communicate, but it's hard.
Okay.
The fight is already broken out. I want to make that clear. Like
got
fists
it.
are already
Okay.
flying.
All right, I
Go
want to
Cassius first, unless
All right.
and
I
then-
want to march to the crowd fighting and be, stop the scrap or no one gets anything. You want to lose all your bets, all of your money, hey, maybe even some fingers. Really, I would really like to set up a sway for Vidar approaching through the crowd.
I see. Yes, definitely. Roll to see if you can get him an increased effect.
Okay, so I'm gonna roll sway to set up for whatever Vidar is doing. What's my peony?
Risky standard.
Okay,
How
Screaming
big
at the
is
top of your
fight?
lungs.
6.
The fight is about 10, 15 people. First it
Okay.
started off with somebody mad that they lost their money, and someone else joined in, and someone tried to put that down. There might be a grinder in there at this point. It's sort of a pit.
Okay.
Cassius
well,
yells
this
his
is-
threat out across
Yeah.
the crowd at the top of his lungs. Vidar saunters over. Ben.
I'm gonna jump down, walk over. Vidar, you mind if I try something real quick before you get all muscly and tough?
I give him a very stern look.
No,
And
nothing bad. Nothing bad, I promise you.
Your definition of bad and my definition of bad are two different definitions of bad.
It's not that bad, I promise. I'm gonna go ahead and grab out one of my bandoliers, one of my alchemical vials that I have.
I want to signal the rooks at the door to get ready to take some people that are being kicked out and then bring in some new people.
And I want to go ahead and on as many people as I can, and I don't know how this effect works because this is a new thing. I want to go ahead and either blow or like splash down a potion of standstill.
A potion
It's a
of
powder that
standstill?
temporarily causes causes temporary paralysis.
Oh my god.
Hey, this will do what you want it to do. My worry is that it will not get everybody you want. It's not like
I'm
you
aware
can't
it wouldn't
just
get everyone.
freeze
Yeah.
a crowd with.
I was more hoping to get just a majority of the group to like be like, whoa, wait, what the hell's happening?
Sure. So how do you want to disperse the powder? Because that's important.
I'll go like, gentlemen, your bets are right here, and as they all turn and look at me, I'll just right in their face.
Remember, these people lost money, so they're not here to claim it. All right. So Vidar, your signal, Doer acknowledges. Louise holds the door. Doer runs over to help move people. About to make his worth well known to you. And
I have been impressed.
and with like a man on a mission, he runs over. Ben, you try your ploy. Roll me something.
So let's see what the options are.
Finesse.
Well, so,
This could be.
Prowl.
This
Yeah, I was gonna
could
say-
be wreck.
Well,
Also-
we did something like this, Cassius,
Could be
when
right.
your session 0. What do you remember? What we had you roll?
I rolled finesse, but I think this is a little different.
Okay.
I feel like because in my session 0, I tried to like palm trance powder,
Right,
and use
right.
it, like mid conversation.
Sure, and this
This
is
is-
straight up like.
Yeah, because wreck you can use to create distractions and chaos, and I think in
Yeah.
one way that is this. Like he is trying to
Sure.
like make chaos in the crowd by like paralyzing a
much
bunch
as
of
I would-
people.
yeah, as much as I would love to say it could be prowl, just it is ambushing with close violence, but it's
That's
not,
not
well,
an-
it's not close
Yeah,
violence.
it's more of a.
It's more tamed.
If you have like a mechanism to disperse this, you could argue Tinker too.
he just started getting into making these.
Okay,
He
never
definitely
mind.
doesn't have
Sure.
to disperse it. I would say wreck because I'm throwing it. Could I say it's just a vial that I throw down instead?
It's kind of gaseous, you know.
Yeah, a little gaseous.
Isn't it a powder?
I thought it was.
Yeah,
a
but so
powder.
is pollen.
Pollen is not a powder.
Yeah, pollen, no pollen.
I don't know. I feel like Prowl is okay because it's not just like these skills aren't just the act of doing something. They're also like the methodology behind it. Yeah. So the same way you would like tap someone on the shoulder and cold clock them works for just filling their face with space dust.
Yeah. I don't know. My vote's Wreck, but that's just me.
I would like to vote Prowl.
Stanley, what's your vote?
I'll let him choose his skill this time around.
Right, I will go Prowl for this one, and I will just leave Risky Standard.
Risky Limited.
All right. Limited. I'm not gonna push myself or anything because this is just a trial run.
Man, we haven't had a failed roll in some time.
It's been a while.
I had to say
It will not happen yet. Yes.
Don't
yes.
say
Or
shit
just
like that.
bang it out of
Aren't you the one who wants to die? Both you two?
I don't want to die.
No, Trevor and Bilbo. All right, yeah. So
I just think a little more lethality was not a
Yeah.
bad thing.
you just doesn't mean you want to die. You just want the threat to be real. And I'm trying. I'm putting the fucking gas.
Yes.
All right, cool. So you ripped off because the effect is limited. It does not like put down this entire fight. I will make that clear. But you are able to get a couple people who are directly in front of you to inhale said powder before it quickly gets dispersed and absorbed by the large amount of cloth in the room from clothes. And a couple three or four people, maybe 3.5. One guy's kind of like fighting against it. Lock in place, which helps diffuse some of the fighting. But some other people are going around, continuing to. Doer is making his way through the crowd as much as he could. Everyone is still reeling from the fight. It's hard for him to move through, but he is. Vidar, it's impressive. He's moving multiple people with one swing of an arm, like treading the crowd, trying to meet you on your way over.
Right. Can I make
Vidar, I
my...
promised. Not so bad.
I just shake my head. I don't have time to argue this.
Yeah.
I saddle up.
Sure.
So same thing. Hammer on the ground. Make that bell toll.
Ping.
And remind everyone who's in charge.
So the bell doesn't echo as loud as before. Now you have open air coming in from the windows. The crowd is super loud. People in the immediate vicinity do hear it though, which causes a couple people in the fight to look up. Away from the people they're grappled with.
Sure, and I bellow out, This is not the fighting ring. If you wish to throw blows, we'll put you in there with our friends and see if maybe we make some bets off you. If not, get the fuck out!
This is a command.
Definitely.
I love this.
Yeah, my setup action still counts here, right?
Yeah, it gets your
so...
increased effect, right?
Yeah.
Yep. So you can roll that too instead of risky standard to risky great. You're muted for a second there, I think.
Hello?
Oh, there you are. Hello.
Hello.
No, my roll 20 is not responding. I'm trying to click on it.
Refresh time.
We'll give you a second here.
Roll 20. It can be a bit of a dinosaur.
Yeah, give me a second. What bonus dice do I get?
You're gonna get an increase in effect. So instead of risky standard, you get a risky great.
Great.
3 and 4.
Okay.
Yeah, well, the effect being great certainly helps you out here. So you're able to sort of quell the majority of them. There's only a few people now who are still fist fighting. There's no weapons drawn at this point. Anybody that might have had a dagger has sort of skulked away.
I want to make sure that any grinders I see that are in the altercation just get pushed to the side.
Yeah, they have taken your notice and have pushed away. The people fighting are just non-distinguishable from the rest of the crowd.
Sure.
As you levy your message, a few of them still fighting. Doer emerges. He wheels around one of the men, a Nakarosi merchant, it would appear to you, and just cold cocks him straight to the floor in one punch. Before that person can even thud against the ground, the next person who that guy was currently grappled with gets thrown over the gambling booth into the wall. It doesn't hit any of the bells or anything like that. It's like a perfect clean shot in between the people who are handling bets. into the wall, and you hear a sickening snap as a shoulder probably breaks. The other two people who were fighting immediately run towards the door without him even having to coax them that way.
Sure. Real quick, I just want to touch my demon charm.
It's hot.
How close? Oh, Ben's next to me.
Yes.
Right? All right. Excellent. Yeah. Between Doer and Vidar, we get all the people quelled and out. They lose their bets in anything that they checked.
Yep. Sounds about right. Louise is more than happy to escort them out and allow a few new patrons in for a scale or two.
Yes, I instruct them to count a bit more carefully this time.
Gotcha. So as the crowd settles, refills their drinks, obviously there's a bit of an intermission. Cobb, you probably trace the salt to make sure that where the areas where they almost burst out through the barrier.
Yep. Tow it back into line.
Yep. Just put it together a little bit. You'll notice it's burning hot as ember in some places. Trying to still be useful. You dash a little bit left over from your pockets to try and augment that. Cassius, any moves to make?
I just want to motion back to Cobb and make sure he's doing fine.
He looks pretty stressed.
Yep.
How close are we to the canal?
I thought you said it was right outside the warehouse.
No, there's not running water right outside the warehouse, but you're in the docks district, which is pretty close to the water. As far as a canal, I'd have to look at a map.
Sure, water is fine.
Sure, yeah, you're close enough to the water.
Cassius, how quickly do you think you can run an errand for me?
Define an errand.
I need you to take this jar with the crow that just won that last fight and chuck it. Normally we haul him out to the crow's foot to get rid of him. I don't think we've got the time for that. With this, I just don't want it here.
Okay. You sure it's okay to just go in the canal nearby?
It's that or in here, mate.
Listen, in my time I've gotten knocked down and thrown in a gutter. I went to go find who did it.
God, y'all are too careful. I can't.
I mean, you saw those things in there. They're animal. They ain't I don't think there's enough left of them to hold a grudge. They're just violent instinct and smoke.
Alright, if I'm doing it, we gotta make it one trip. I can't just run errands back and forth.
Right, this is God's willing, this is the only one that'll need that sort of attention.
Alright, I mean, don't you gotta pull the winners from this as I'm looking up at the...
Yeah, well, hopefully these next ones will be more tame. Actually, you said that No, I don't know. There's no way I know the ritual to destroy one of these things, right? That's top secret.
No, that's spirit warden info to take a live ghost and dispel it. Yes, no, ectoplasm works on a fresh corpse.
Gotcha.
That's simple enough.
Gotcha.
But yeah.
Okay.
To wrangle a spirit and dispel it.
Oh man, it seems like such a bad idea to send Cassius alone with this thing. Oh my god.
I can do it.
I mean, Ben is announcing, so.
Oh, Cobb, I don't mean to start talking about things that might be a bit risky around you, but what if somebody else carries it out? That's not one of us.
Well. Yeah, fuck. I don't suppose I can reinforce this thing with my arcane implements, right?
May I perhaps
not really.
Pose the proposition that their possession of the jar is unbeknownst?
What?
He's saying put it in someone's pocket as they leave.
I might be able to plant it on someone.
No, wait, no. No.
Here, I got something for you guys. Unrelated to that, but here. In the general, that's your warehouse in the blue circle. Crow's Foot
Oh,
is
okay.
immediately
Yeah, it's
south.
pretty. It is pretty.
Oh,
Brightstone
pretty
is right.
close.
Yep.
Okay. Could I at this point?
You know what? No, I've got a better idea. You just keep the crowd busy, and I'll go do it.
Who's gonna deal with this?
What's this? There's not a fight going on right now.
Well, the upcoming fights.
Just that's why I said keep him busy. It'll take 10-15 minutes. Just get a round of drinks to have Ben talk up the next one.
All right.
You're the talker. That's what you do. I'm the ghost guy. That's what I do. So I'll handle the ghost. You do the talking, and we'll take care of all these problems, huh?
Fine. Just don't shatter those bottles too close to home.
Okay.
All right. Well, I'll leave you to that then. I want to go find Ben.
Ben is just right next to the cage, ready to get up and do the next part.
Ben, you have
cage.
experience being a huckster.
The fuck's a huckster?
Salesman, a merchant, anything along those lines.
A little bit. I used to sell whatever I gathered when I went hunting, but
Okay, how did you get people to buy those things?
you tell them that it's the only one of its kind.
And that's what we have here, all right? We've got something one of a kind, all right? Let's amp up the exclusivity, all right? Maybe make a contest or something.
Oh, what kind of contest?
Maybe some kind of tickets for the next event, a waiver or something. Give people something like that. And if they bet right, they get put in a drawing, huh? Get some time to get those entries in. Buy us some time. Cobb's gotta go do something.
Me and always said nothing.
Vidar wants to intrude on this and say, "I know what we do. Find a barrel, and I will arm wrestle in the pit.
Oh.
If anyone can win, they get free admission."
Ben just grabs up on the top.
I'm fine with this.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a very short break for the championship fight. But in the meantime, we won't just leave you high and dry. I'm sure all of you have met our lovely doorman and noticed that he is quite the hulking figure. Let it be known that he is taking any challenger in an arm wrestling competition, and those who can beat him get free entry to the next fight.
I put the hammer down, and it stays perfectly stock still upright
Yeah.
because the hammerhead's so big.
Yeah.
And I take my coat off and settle it down, and underneath
Just
Vidar's
flex the
got one of
muscle.
those. He's got high-waisted like wool pants, right? And then one of those like really slim cut whaler shirts.
Yes.
So his muscles are fucking rippling out.
Can I
The
call for a
Stovlon
flashback?
stallion himself.
Can I call for a flashback here?
Yeah.
Okay. Prior to the event, I want to inquire with some of the local grinders through some networking and maybe pitch this idea to them that there would be a halftime show to some degree, and say that I need them to put on a bit of a show.
What do you want them to do?
I want them to
like
lose on
fame.
purpose.
Yeah.
Oh, you want them to lose on purpose.
Take a dive.
I'd say you could have that for 2 stress.
Okay.
And
Could I
a
roll sway
successful
with that,
sway
or-
check, yeah. That would be the cost of that type
What's
of
my
thing.
PNE?
Risky standard.
Okay.
Also, do you
6.
tell Vidar that this is going to happen?
Yes, I will.
Oh,
in
okay.
tandem. I'll tandem with that.
Sure. He is not happy.
Okay.
You
It's
don't-
to build up. It's to build up the.
I like,
interest,
yeah.
though.
He's not gonna not do it, but
Yeah.
he's not happy that this isn't going to be actual.
All right, so I got a 6.
Yeah, I saw that. They take the dive.
Okay.
So the first man to approach you, Vidar, is a grinder that is assumingly on the payroll, just to get things started. He puts up a good fight with you, but without even really needing to roll, because you already know the outcome of this. You're able to slam his hand onto the barrel that was somehow produced and rolled into the middle of the ring for this. The crowd cheers, not as loud as for the fight, but excited to see something. People have started side bets. They didn't know they were supposed to go to the booth for this because
Sure.
So they're
Speaking of side
yeah.
bets, I'm
Right.
sorry to interject. Can I roll study to look for some other hulking figures in the crowd?
Some have already queued to
Okay.
to wrestle Vidar that
All
are
right.
not
Anybody who hasn't bit yet? Wanna do some
I mean, there's a
poking?
couple tougher looking dockers, like standing around watching, drinking, placing bets.
So, not to put too fine a point on things, but I do want to watch the Super Bowl today.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
We'll,
All
we'll,
right.
we'll skip past this part for now.
Okay. All right. Never mind. I won't.
Yeah.
go
Okay.
into
Forget
it.
that.
That's fine.
So, interestingly enough, Vidar, one of you are able to defeat a couple of the dockers pretty handedly. What's his face? Doer comes up to arm wrestle you though, with a smile, and says, finally speaking, I'd be happy to try. And also takes off his coat to be quite a muscular, heavily tattooed grinder.
I look at him. And I say, I lean in. I go, winner gets a free tattoo. I think
He nods, very excited. That
Oh,
work
so
is-
I will fire you if you lose. Or if you win.
He doesn't know if you're joking or not, but
Exactly.
he accepts the challenge nonetheless and slams his elbow onto the table. Go ahead and roll.
Skirmish then?
Yep.
Okay. Fuck it, yeah, I'll push myself. Risky standard.
Push
Yep.
yourself for the halftime show.
There it is.
It's a 6.
Nice. With a command?
Mhm.
Oh, whoops. Well, it'd be the same for skirmish. No, I am lying. Risky standard, 1 dice. I misclicked.
5. All right.
Okay.
Well, you are still able to win. This is definitely the best bout of the arm wrestling, though. And the other grinder looks very hurt that that Doer was able to actually try and fight you. I think the other grinder fancied himself a chance as well. As your arms go back and forth a couple times. You've done it 3 or 4 times already. But you are able to, right before the breaking point, swing the arm back and win the fight. And he, looks up at you, very impressed, very exasperated. Says, "I have to respect it. I just simply cannot."
Clap him on the back. Send him on his way.
I owe you a tattoo. And he returns to the door. And now we have Cobb running through the streets to get to the water. Cobb, are you making haste? Are you being careful? What's the demeanor here?
I know you don't want to hear. I suppose I'm prioritizing safety over speed.
That's fine.
Yeah, I guess he would know that this halftime show is happening then. Yeah, if we.
Well,
Yeah.
I told Cassius to make it a
It
distraction.
wasn't. Trust me, it wasn't. The joke wasn't going to be, oh, you trip and fall and break the glass and you
Yes,
get murdered
right.
by it. No, that's not what I was going for. I was wondering if you would notice things as you are
Like the
careful.
blue coat caravan comes in.
I'm doing my best not to do the classic player, like, well, I'm going as fast as possible while also being careful.
Sure.
I would like all the good things and none of the bad ones, please.
Right.
So, yes.
Yes. And
Safety, Cobb is keeping a laser eye on the jar and making sure that it stays secure.
Okay. Gotcha. You make it to the water uninterrupted. And give a cursory look around. No one seems to be watching you on street level, at least. There's some houses with windows and stuff around here, but you are at the water with. Do you have both jars or just the one of the particularly demeaning ghost?
Yeah, just the crow who won the melee.
Mm-hmm.
And I am just gonna huck it.
In the jar.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. It'll worm its way out of there eventually, right?
Yep.
So you huck it into the water. Splash. A ghost does not rise out of the water and kill you on sight.
It's the Modelier's problem now.
That's the concept.
We're providing work for the citizens of Duskfall.
Right. Splash. As you turn around, roll me a study just to kind of gauge your horizons or your surroundings as you walk back.
Sure.
Sugar in the home below. 4.
4.
Nothing seems too crazy. You know, you didn't really do anything that out of the ordinary. Just throwing something into the water. It's the trash. It's the well. You know, it is everything. It's a graveyard.
Probably not even the worst thing someone's thrown in there today.
Yeah, or this hour. So you are able to go back to the fight pretty unperturbed. At the door, Louise spots you coming in. Of the crowd that is still kind of trying to peek in through the cracks to see, and she, you know, kind of half grabs you through the crowd and drags you in. And she says, "Your crowd awaits you," and throws you back into the fold.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, folks. Last one. Nothing crazy. I'll tell you what. I'm anchoring these ones. I barely got it in me to control this anymore. I think the crowd got what they came for from that last fight. I just want to walk it out.
Now walk it out.
All right.
All right.
Ben, you're up.
Ladies and gentlemen, last bet of the night. Get your bets in for the events about to begin. This is the championship bout. This is outside. They are a red sash.
No, they are
No,
not.
no.
They are fighters.
Two warriors.
These are two of the strongest fighters we've encountered.
I want to call a flashback and say that he doesn't know that, and I'll take the stress. No,
So get your bets in, because I bet they're sure as hell ready for a fight.
Yeah, I literally to you, I said,
Yeah,
we're
no,
not doing this.
Nope, I changed it.
Spice it up. Crow's foot is now a part of the docs.
Okay. So with this last one, I'm just gonna let them out one at a time. 1, anchor. 2, anchor, and then if they still need help fighting, I'll turn the heat up a bit.
Yep, you're able to do so without having to roll or anything. You're able to just kind of peer one out as still in that vapor state that I've mentioned before it fully materializes. You're able to pin it to an anchor. And they both they take a minute to, you know, appear, materialize, and sort of realize the situation that they're in. They don't come out screaming. They don't come out thundering like the other ones because of how you've anchored them, you would assume. And they sort of size each other up. And the crowd falls silent as they don't attack outright. They just stare right at each other. And everyone is, you know, hurriedly finished at the bets. The bells close the betting thing. They have payouts and nothing else anymore. The odds on the last fight are definitely the biggest to pay out. So this is the hugest purse here if you're able to correctly choose the champion. And no one knows who to bet on. So they're all just they're all doing a coin flip. You guys have sufficiently rioted this crowd enough to the point where they are just, everyone's gambling that has a scale to spare on this fight. Huge potential take as these two ghosts eye each other up. But they don't initiate combat just yet.
Sure, I'll push them a little bit.
Sure, go ahead and roll a tune.
Yeah, from the score,
Risky
we didn't get
standard.
anything.
Yep.
The Red Sashes actually just got turf. Yeah. That was nothing.
Oh.
Jeez,
There it
I mean, that
is.
is the first failure of the night, I feel
Yeah.
like.
The bill
man.
comes due. The bill comes due.
So you reach out, you're exhausted. You know, like that's the only way to put it. You've had to do so much to make this night work. You're just hoping they would cooperate. And when they just start staring at each other, you go out to attune Cobb. This is important. And they push back at you. With such a force that sends you flying back into Cassius. Cassius, you're able to catch him before you both fall and recoil a little bit. They appear to want to do this on their own terms. And what you see through your spirit mask will haunt you for the rest of your days. The anchors snap.
He's already haunted.
Yeah, I guess that the
Oh.
anchors
Shut the fuck up.
snap. And the ghosts don't rush into combat. They're still stilled as if anchored by it, or if they haven't noticed it. The barrier intensifies around them, so it gets stronger to your eye. And within a half a second of that happening, they clash at each other with a speed that is not recognizable to the human eye. And flares of color and violence and loud noise echoes across, shaking the building to its foundation. The red sash ghost, which you all know is a red sash, but other people don't, twirls around in such an artful motion, getting in parries and getting in slashes with its, spiritual arms wherever it can. The crow is more of a thundering muscle smashing down onto the red sash whenever it can catch it. When it smacks against even the reinforced barrier, Cobb, you watch the barrier snap and then re-seal as the black salt below it catches on fire, which is the surefire symbol that it's gone. It's not working anymore. But the shield is getting repaired somehow as these two go at it. A rivalry hundreds of years old playing out in front of you. They slam up towards the ceiling and crack it as they smack into the wall up there. They slam down towards the ground and shake everyone's feet out from under them. And then they slam into the wall next to you. The black salt lights on fire again as part of the wall breaks, even though it's reinforced.
Is it possible for Vidar to hop back into the center, ready for something's wrong again?
Hop back into the center of...
Like next to Cobb.
Yeah, you can make it there.
Sure, I do that.
The cheering, and the crowd trying to see what's going on, watching this incredibly high-speed fight happen. You're able to kind of just push through quickly, with your size, demeanor, get there, and now you're next to Cobb.
At least there's no more windows to break.
Cassius, get Cormac too. I think we're gonna need all of arcane muscle, all of your cult muscle. We can get out here.
I'm gonna start helping Cobb up, and I'm gonna try and whisk through the crowd. Can I roll finesse for that? To try and make
you
it better?
damn well better.
Okay. What's my
risky standard?
guinea?
6.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Cassius, dodging. You were born to run through crowds, Cassius. Bob weave, jump over someone.
The problem is getting Cormac back.
Right. You make your way to the corner office. Hugo, speechless for once, staring up in awe at the spectacle that is happening within the ring. They slam into the ceiling again. Crack. More ash and soot falls down into the center. The whole thing is shaking. The whole building is shaking. You get to the office, which is wobbling.
Okay. Cormac, we need you out there right now. There's a lot of things going on. If you haven't noticed, I know it's hard to hear sometimes, but the three of them are out there and they need your help.
Okay, August. He gets up. And saunters out to help you. You gotta have to move him a little bit. He cannot navigate this crowd super well.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm moving him back through. Do you want another finesse check?
No,
To try and,
no.
lead
We
him
can
through
carry.
it?
We can carry the 6 through.
Okay.
I'm not about that life. So yeah, you are able to carry that finesse through, get him to the crowd as he starts to tune in and sense what's going on as well. He doesn't have a spirit mask, but he is able to, tune into the energy of what's going on, which is unlike anything you've ever seen before. Cobb, roll me an attune check just to get a sense of what's going on.
One thing while Kyle's setting that up, at this point, Cassius feels totally out of his element. I want to make for the door to make sure we didn't what the outside commotion's like, because this is starting to get pretty crazy, and
let's just take a second there. It's a crit success.
Doing the Shaq thing,
yeah. I just at least want to go check outside
Clip
to see
that.
if anyone's trying to like looking at what's happening outside, or if we're attracting any attention beyond this, because that's something I can do.
As you go towards the door, you find yourself almost in a river delta of people as they are also starting to flee. Not everyone, I want to be sure, but other people are starting to run for the door. Perhaps the people that haven't gambled, that have just come for the spectacle of it, are starting to back out. As it becomes more and more obvious to Cobb that the ghosts are pushing beyond the black salt banister, and they're fighting over the crowd and they're being sucked back into it. Cobb, with the double sixes, it's extremely important that you've hit that critical, because you have noticed that there are other people, other whispers, who are influencing this fight to their will. And with the critical, you're even able to tell sort of what the intention is behind the emotion. They're trying to manipulate it to make someone win. So
Point them out for me. Point them out, Cobb.
It's a little hard to tell which one's being boosted, but that would explain why your anchor snapped.
Yeah, sure. Okay, yes.
The scimitar lady.
I'm just whoever's nearest to me. I'm just gonna, single out the people in the crowd and say, "Give it all to get them the fuck out of here. Them tampering with things."
Okay, there are 6 of them.
Six of them.
Ben
All
is
right.
also near you, so you point out a couple to Ben and a couple
Yeah,
to
get the grinders on it.
And we start juggling. All the different
Right.
things that
So Vidar, Ben, the one by the where the Madam and Cormac were by the office. Hugo, yeah. Snag those 3, grab 3,
I
and boost them. And
would like to call a flashback.
Okay. I killed all the whispers in Duskfall.
No.
There's no.
You can do it for 100 strap.
On the event that someone
I will
did
kill
try
your
to tamper
character
with it
and your
because-
next character.
On the event that someone tried to tamper with the event because Cobb did warn us that this might happen, or that someone else could do this,
Sure.
Ben got with the other rooks that were given to them as defense, and with the sound of a whistle that Ben has, if they hear the sound, they are to bolt all exits. Or stop, or don't let people leave immediately.
So establishing the plan is not the problem. I want to say that the situation may have gone too far for you to bolt
This
the
is
exits.
a group talk because this is something that he has to open up with everyone. So
I
if someone
know.
tries to.
This is not necessary.
I should
help us
mention.
at all.
I just rolled a 6 on finesse, and I can't get to the door.
This does not help us.
No,
We had
I-
someone-
People should
we had
be
someone
allowed to
at the door already.
True, but this is like 50 people trying to run past
what does
one
barring
person.
the exits get us?
Maybe
Except
so
payoffs.
people who are fucking with our shit can't leave until we've had.
We
conversations.
They're
want
not
them to
trying to
leave.
leave.
We
They're
want
trying
them
to
to,
fuck
yeah.
with
We
our
want
shit.
them to leave.
Alright,
We
never
need
mind.
to
So
make them
long,
leave.
and don't
Okay,
let the
okay.
door hit you on the
Alright,
way
never
out.
mind.
Just go
Yeah,
grab
that's
someone.
fine.
Yeah.
We'll grab
That's fine.
someone, and then the other one will go grab someone.
I see where you were going with it. I just think the
Yeah.
situation has sort of slipped.
Right.
even
If
you were
someone
to-
was like pinching something, that's good. But
Sure.
Right.
Can you like
That's
middle
not
mouse
that-
button the ones, Kyle, that are making the effects so I know who to pick out? You know?
Oh, it's the
Just,
smart ping.
Yeah, you just ping them.
yeah.
Just on my way pings. Ding.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
It's a
enemy,
little
enemy,
hard to
enemy spotted.
tell. It's not like there's a brilliant shimmering blue line leading to people.
Yeah, I have no idea who.
But Cobb is able to trace them to where they are in the crowd, and who is doing it should be very obvious because they are as focused as Cobb is on the fight and not necessarily being a spectator. So he can get you with the double sixes. He can get you like right to the spot, and you just have to make a judgment call as soon as you get there. Who is the whisper?
Gotcha.
Okay.
Cobb, how do you want to direct?
I mean, probably just like get a runner from me to each group where I go like, group of red sashes by the door, group of silk suns in the corner, and I just sort of like back left bleacher, bottom row, and just sort of like get them close, and then I can sort of like give them a nod if I see the influence go away.
Sure. Yeah, you can start calling out directions like that. Your crew, Vidar has rounded the available grinders, and the rest of them are at your feet. Maybe you hop up on the banister to get a better sight as the fight rages on over your heads. Of flares of color and smashing against the barrier. The black salt in different places gets hotter and steams up, flares up. This is a very rapidly deteriorating situation here. Go ahead. You can point out some people. So towards the bleachers, there are 2 people on opposite ends of the bleachers, a few rows in front of Cersei, who are working on the wall, essentially.
Is it one of the kids?
No, it's not one of the teenagers.
So, do you need a check to figure out who it is, or?
We're gonna roll fortune, and we're gonna blanket statement a bunch of these ones to expedite some things. So roll it off the Berth black hats. Get 2 die, 1 die for sheer luck, 2 more for Cobb, having the double 6s on his attune and tracing these people. And then so roll that 3 fortune off the Berth black hat sheet.
Trevor, you want to get that?
Yeah, I got you. All right, 3 fortune you said?
Yep. Let's see what happens.
And this is for the.
It's for the tracking the whispers in the crowd.
Sorry, I just wanted to type it for notes.
5 2.
Oh, God bless.
Easy.
Wow. All right. Yep. So you, Vidar, like lightning, take off towards one of the ones on the bleachers. It's pretty obvious because there are a bunch of grinders in the bleachers at this person's level, and this person is not a grinder. They have tried to blend in to them somewhat, but they just look out of place.
So I grab them by their hair, and I slam them in the stomach. And I peel them back, their head back, so they're looking up and like low. They're low and looking up at all these grinders. And I say, "Are you here to make a fool of these grinders, huh? You here to make a fool of them? Maybe they cut your tongue out and they feed it to the fucking canal, huh?" And I go and I throw them out.
Yep.
And I make sure the grinders all get a look at their face.
Yep. That they do.
And all the grinders are aware this person was
imitating them a little bit. Yeah, they look appalled. Ben, at the same time, you go to the other side of the bleachers and lock on to someone playing a similar gambit. Someone who is hiding amongst merchants, but does not appear to be as afraid as the merchants around them. Much more locked on, almost muttering incantations under them. It's got to be a whisper, you think?
Okay, after seeing Vidar do all of his very intimidating prowesses in front of me, I'm going to try and take a key from him. And I'm going to grab him by the throat, and I'm going to say, "Listen here, you little shit. If you're going to mess with the grinders, you're going to fucking pay. Now get the fuck out." And I'm going to toss him out as well.
Yep, he falls in tow.
As they are doing this...
You were heading to the door, right?
Yeah, is there any way that I can signal Luis?
Yeah.
Okay, can I, try and signal Luis to me just to, a beckon? Just, come with me?
She is trying to, hem the door and things like that, but she can, finesse her way through the crowd, sure.
She was at the door, so I mean, I'm assuming I'm getting closer to her.
Do you just want to, walk up to her? You can.
Yeah, I just want to get
yeah, you can just get to her.
Do I see the people that they start throwing out?
Yes, you see Vidar and the whispers they have thrown are sprinting towards the door.
Okay, the one...
No, I'm escorting mine.
Okay, Vidar is escorting. Ben is just running afraid. Taisha Rossi just threatened him.
Okay. I want to wait for the one that Vidar is bringing, and I'm going to attempt to tail him to a degree when you throw him out.
Okay, you can do that.
Okay, but you guys keep going with your thing.
Yep. So you step out. Boom, boom, boom. So you see that Hugo is able to pin down one that was sitting on the banister, which most people have backed up from at this point. But Hugo is able to find the one that was closest to the ring. He clocks him on the back of the head with a club. No words were exchanged.
Excellent.
And Cobb, you watch 3 strands of blue light. I mean, not exactly, but the energy they dissipate. The unfortunate effect of that is that 2 of those people were propping up the black salt field. And the next time that the ghosts ricochet off the edge, they slam through an area that already had fired salt underneath of it and crash into the wall about the 2nd story. And with a thud, and are over top of people who are now screaming and running for the door.
Can I re-anchor them? The anchors aren't broken, right? It's just
the tether that was on there. Yes, you can attempt to try and re-anchor them, although it will be pretty difficult, but you can certainly try.
Okay.
That's what
I will try. Yep. I will try. I will push myself.
It's desperate, limited.
I am at 8 stress.
This was all a plan just to get to desperate.
Yeah.
Desperate, limited. Jesus. Okay.
Oh God, bless.
Wait,
Cobb
I have an important-
MVP.
Does
Yeah,
not crit
I
fail.
I may need to re-roll that because I meant to push myself and I did not give myself a bonus die on that.
You can just add
the
another
other-
d6 to that.
The other important question is, I know that is a crit, or that's a success, but that is also a double 1 as a crit fail.
No,
Right.
No,
it's
that's-
only
I
if
don't know how
it's
that's
only
only
if
zero.
yeah
I
you
think
roll,
only, I
if
think
you
it's
roll
the
nothing
highest.
but ones.
Yeah.
I'll check that rule just to see, Jacob. But you can roll. Yeah, there you go. A 2.
Sure, there's my 4th.
Let me check that rule real quick. I want to keep it moving. I know the Super Bowl starts in 30 minutes. But basically, I'll tell you what happens here. The tether goes up to try and grab one of the ghosts. It connects and sort of anchors it to the floor. The other ghost is able to quickly just chop it down. The crow is able to take the red sash and then beat it into submission, and dissipating it right there.
At least now there's only one to worry about.
And then it proceeds to go on a rampage throughout the crowd. Cassius, you've gone out the door. Vidar, Ben, you guys see this. The other whispers don't seem to be much of a problem anymore. As this ghost is now spiraling in an angry tornado.
So when we started this score, I specifically got a dice for Madame Raz helping me so that the thing would come after me and not the crowd.
Right.
She instructed me how to taunt ghosts.
Yes, you did say
So
that.
I now activate these hidden techniques I've been taught.
Make yourself look like a juicy spirit.
Yeah,
morsel.
right. I am. Yes.
Mhm.
And I get ready to combat it.
All right. We levy a taunt of some sort of arcane nature.
No, I the energy that I'm putting out becomes red and angry like the other ghost, and I
Bad
make myself another foe. Yeah, I give it bad vibes,
Gotcha.
and I rush it.
Oh, you rush it. Okay, so you're on the other side of the building, so you punch through people to get there.
Sure. Oh yeah.
The ghost is like throwing bodies against the walls into each other. They're smashing up against. It's going very badly. The whispers who have been here have really fucked up your day. But you charge towards it. Attacking ghosts 101. So to hit a ghost, they are corporeal. So you can do corporeal damage to them. They do not feel pain. So when you remove a limb from a ghost, it doesn't affect it in any way other than it's missing a limb. To destroy and dispel a ghost is a technique that some people know how to do, like the Spirit Wardens. You don't necessarily know how to do. You've gotten its attention as you rush towards it.
Sure. I am under the assumption that Cobb is going to come in and like hook it. And put it in a bottle. So I don't. I'm drawing its attention. I'm stopping it from
Holy
what
shit!
It's doing.
Yep.
I will take it on.
All right. Well.
I've got the load.
Yep. Explain to me how you attack it, and then let's roll for it.
If it comes within attacking range, I go to whack it in the chest.
It comes within attacking range
Excellent.
as it throws bodies left and right. One crashes
swing
into the chalkboard that knocks it off the wall. You swing the hammer.
If only I had the ghost grappler ability.
That's what I was wondering. I'm like, does he have that?
I don't think anyone does.
I'll be able to. Well, okay. So I guess this is a question. I have filled my XP tracker. Do I get my ability now, or do I get it at the end of session?
What does Ghost Grappler do?
It lets me grapple ghosts. I can.
Yeah.
So this Ghost Fighter, you imbue your hands, melee weapons, or tools with spiritual energy. You gain potency in combat versus the supernatural. You may grapple with spirits to restrain and capture them.
And you're at full playbook advancement right now? Like you would level up at the end of session?
All my ticks are full. I don't think I need to go one over.
Alright. If you want that ability...
I've coerced a lot of people today.
You could take it if you want that ability.
I will take, yes.
Yeah, and level up. If anyone else is sitting at the brink right now, you may also.
I'm one shot.
Alright, I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
In that case, I'm not going to hit it with the hammer. I drop the hammer and I go to bear hug it.
Now, to be clear, you don't get an XP every time you coerce somebody. You just get 2 if you do it a lot.
Yeah.
I have done it a lot.
Yes, he's got. I think I've only specifically awarded.
Yes, I got 2 today, and that's all.
I'm just making sure you're not like number 4, 5.
No,
I'm at 2 as well.
Right. I've also tried to mark it when I notice it too. I'm just like add an XP for that.
Sure.
So
okay.
Don't be adding XP without telling me. Let's make that a thing. Let me know when you're adding XP.
Yeah.
Level 3 already.
Level 5.
So I would like to roll skirmish to grapple it and stop it from going around.
Position is going to go up from desperate to risky.
Damn.
No!
Are you sure?
No!
You can trade down. You can trade though. You can trade.
You can trade if you want to take it as desperate and increase the effect. Yeah, why not? That makes sense for your ability too. So you can change the effect from limited to standard.
Okay, sure. I will do that.
Desperate.
And I will push myself.
Yep.
A lot of pushing today.
Yeah.
Standard. 1 bonus dice. Ha!
You feel your body fill with arcane energy as you prepare to do something you've never done before. And it does not go super well for you. The crow hits you like a bull, and slams you into the earth. Level 3 harm. I don't even know what to call it. Just like
blunt force trauma.
Yeah, exactly. Slammed into the ground.
I expend some armor.
Yes, you can reduce it to a level 2 harm.
I expend heavy armor.
You can reduce it to a level 1 harm.
Okay.
What's your load at now?
1, 2, 4, 5.
Heavy is 5.
I can't do. Yeah, I can't do heavy.
So just 1.
So just a level 2 harm.
It's a level 2, yeah.
Level 2 harm.
I've got a question.
Yeah.
So Ben doesn't really know how to Ben doesn't know how to fucking fight ghosts, but no, seeing Vidar get hurt is something Ben has not been prepared for.
I don't think that's anything anyone was prepared for.
He bleeds.
Yes, you feel your armor crumple and break underneath you, Vidar, as it slams you and skids you to the ground, scraping your bear skin across, scratching the hell out of your coat.
My bear skin, you say?
Any bear skin you have
bear
showing.
skin.
Yeah, bear skin.
Bear skin.
Any bear flesh showing
Sure.
gets scraped, and your head smacks against it, immediately giving you the worst headache you've ever had. And it hurts like a truck hitting you.
Ben wants to.
I need
rush
to
this
roll to
ghost
resist,
to try
right?
and get it off of him.
So you can take the harm. We haven't actually had a harm on camera yet. You can take the harm, and just it'll be is it a -1d on all your rolls at a level 2?
Yeah.
Yep. So you'll take a 1 dice penalty on all your rolls until you heal.
I love the text on level 3 harm. It just says need help.
Yeah.
Just-
Okay.
On a side note,
So you dodge that.
for everyone here, when I level up, I will have the ability to start healing people.
Sure.
That is the one I plan on taking.
But yeah. It doesn't,
Okay, so
doesn't tickle.
I can just choose to take it.
You
or I
can
can
roll resistance. You'll
I
take
take
6 stress, and so you'd roll probably a prowess, right? What's the skill in skirmish?
It's prowess, yeah.
Yep. So you'd roll your prowess ticker against you'd roll your
6
prowess ticker,
stress, right?
against 6, and whatever your highest number is reduced from 6.
And then I don't take the harm.
And then it would reduce to a level 1.
Well, so you have to roll better than a 3.
You
If
bring it down.
you
Yeah,
still
you have to
take
succeed. Yes, I should also clarify that too.
I was
Right.
gonna
Okay.
say,
So
that's an
success
important
is
thing.
a thing. Okay.
6. Yep. So
Yes.
if you roll higher than
Yes,
a
and it's
3
not just
on your
ignoring
roll,
it and taking 6 stress.
you
still have a chance
knock
of
it down a
getting
level
Okay.
to a level 1 stress,
Fuck
which just reduces the effect on all prowess checks.
This
until you're
this has a very high potential to give me my first trauma as well.
What are you at?
I've been
Let us
there.
know. Let us know. What are you at?
I'm full.
You're full of stress?
Yes, I
So
filled
you
it up.
need a 6.
Why would you?
I don't know.
Because
well,
a level 2 is a -1d until I heal it on everything. When a skill is 3 dice, reducing it by 1 is a lot.
I'm not gonna argue
Sir,
with you on
your
it.
armor
All right,
breaks.
It's a video game. It's a
Big money, no
TTRPG,
whammies.
man. Who cares?
Big money,
yeah,
no whammies.
big money, no
Alright,
whammies.
I choose to resist. I roll prowess.
Yep.
No bonus dice, right?
Nope.
Alright.
Oh,
Okay.
that's a
That's a feat.
success.
So you resist, but you take 2 stress.
I take my trauma. Yeah.
Yep, so it's trauma. So Vidar falls unconscious
I can
as
only
the
guess
crow
what this is
smacks
gonna be.
into him and knocks him unconscious. The crow rolls off of him. All of you, your jaws hit the floor.
What's my harm?
Level 1 now. You do resist it, so
What? It's a text box.
concussed.
Oh, okay.
How quick can I get over there with the lightning hook?
Quick. But I just want to take a say. Yeah, your jaws
Yeah,
all
right.
hit
Want you some time.
Your jaws all hit the floor as
Right.
the crow rolls off top of Vidar. Doesn't go to kill him or anything or impale him or anything like that, but just
Why not?
feels
Is it a
vanquished.
See, a bitch is
You can't say that you're unconscious.
I think it.
Well, all you think is blackness at this point as you fall unconscious. For all intents and purposes, you may have just died. You know.
All right.
But yeah,
I'm not there though. I'm still
you're outside. Yep, we'll get to
I
that.
kind of wanted to be just waiting outside for when Vidar originally threw that guy to the dirt, and I kind of don't want to be waiting there with Luis.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you can effectively start your tail. I'll say Vidar threw him out the door before he
Oh,
went
I
to
was
go
gonna
do this. Yep. So
I don't know if it's as much of a tale. It's more of a impromptu interrogation.
Oh, okay. Then we'll get to that.
Okay, yeah. Just let me know when you're ready.
Yep.
Could I run and grab Vidar to try and get him out of there?
Yeah, you're gonna need a finesse to watch out for the crow, though. That is now barreling around like a bull in a china shop.
Is it well, now that Vidar's unconscious, is his attention solely on Vidar? Or is it like
It's hard to
that,
tell.
looking
He just
for another
rolled off.
target?
He just rolled off and
Yeah,
is getting back up to fight again.
I would like to say, this is a question on whether or not I have no idea what fucking works on ghosts, and this plays just as well. Yeah, I don't really know anything. I know what little Cobb has told me. Could I remember my arcane implements for just a vial of black salt that Cobb has probably given everyone
Do you
for
have
safekeeping?
load?
Yep. I've
Yeah,
got 1 load left.
sure.
And as I approach, I am just going to throw it at the ghost's face, just to distract it and try and disorient it while I grab Cobb.
Sure. Black salt works more like a force field than it does like a flash grenade, but like it certainly annoys the hell out of it.
Well, no, that was the point. Just for
Yeah.
like annoyance, like you've got poison ivy or
Sure.
something.
No check needed for that. You smash it and it
And
goes
then I'm
over him.
dragging Cobb as far towards the door as I can.
Vidar.
Prowl. Yeah, prowl. Prowl, finesse. What do you think?
I will go ahead and say, I will say prowl for traversing obstacles.
Sure.
Just everything that is
Limited
in the
is your
building.
effect because Vidar is a heavy dude. And you
Could I
have a
change it?
mangled arm.
Could I change it to standard if I went desperate? Like, I
Yeah.
am shoving other people to the ground
Yeah,
just to
you
make
can.
sure Vidar stays okay.
No one's in your way. Everyone is running for the door at this point. It is very clear
Alright,
that you have lost control of the situation.
Desperate. What am I at right now? Okay, I'll push myself and take an extra dice. Alright, desperate. Standard. 1 bonus die. Sending it. Okay, a 5.
Yep. Make sure you get your XP for your desperate check.
Nice.
And you grab Vidar with all your might and just pull and pull and pull to get him away from the crow that is now thoroughly distracted. Very well done. And your move there. And sort of a, I don't know, you could probably get a playbook advancement tick for that, using a bomb type deal.
Yeah.
I'd say
All right.
I'd say that applies.
Wonderful.
But yeah, you drag Vidar away, maybe towards the office as the crow gets up.
Yeah, we're little like sanctioned ghost box, your
Sure.
ghost free zone.
And Cobb, let's come to you. And then hopefully you can put an end to this nightmare. Lightning hook comes out.
Time to hook it.
Mm-hmm.
You want a tune for that?
Yep, definitely.
Very cool. Peony.
Desperate.
A lot of desperate
great.
today.
This
It's
is
a
very
desperate situation.
This
Yeah.
certainly qualifies.
I do not have more.
I don't want
What's
desperates to be like, oh, like it's free XP. It's like if you fail this,
Yeah.
like bad shit happens. You know?
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
is there a devil's bargain on the table here?
Definitely, definitely.
I don't have any more stress to give, but I would like more dice.
Yeah,
Oh.
it seems like we find ourselves in that situation. For a devil's
Teenage
bargain, I
trauma.
will award you an extra die. But if you fail this check, the ghost will try to possess you. As seeing you as its biggest assailant.
Keyword is try there. The
I
keyword is
do.
try.
I have my spirit mask on, which is supposed to offer a degree of protection.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm willing to take that.
Sure.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to change the terms because I have that protection.
No,
and
I'm
others don't.
perfectly contented with my terms.
Okay.
Take that as you will. Desperate.
Desperate, great.
Yep.
1 bonus dice.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Let's
wow.
go,
All
baby.
right,
That's
Nice.
5.
Devil's bargain does not come into play in the success. So you reach out with the lightning rod thing and then try to like suck it back into a tube. It resists, it thrashes, it throws, it screams, it roars. But you are able to pull it into a tube as you would anyone else, and then just fall to your knees as you seal it shut. Black salt ring completely in flame around you.
Yep. Well,
Some
I-
people have not made it out yet. Watching you in
Yeah.
awe.
I'm noticing that situation's okay, I'm gonna prop Vidar up against the wall, or whatever support beam might be closest to
Sure,
the
a wall.
situation. And I'm going to run back up to the top of the fence. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Fright Night.
Some
From
people,
outside.
some people give out a clap and a cheer. A lot of other people who are at the door are now looking back, realizing that they're safe. It's a very weird scene. Not everybody is fleeing anymore. Outside, we have Cassius. And Cobb, I can cut you loose for Super Bowl.
I have one thing that I want to get done, one RP thing that I want to get done
Sure.
before I tag out. Maybe we can fast forward a little bit because I don't think anything else is required of Cobb tonight.
Sure, yeah. Let's just let Cassius rip this question off real
Sure.
quick, and then we'll get
For
to
sure,
it.
for
then.
sure. For sure.
So, the dude, I'm assuming, just got thrown out to the ground out here.
Yep. This is sort of before the situation gets under control, so you can still hear like the fighting going on. Vidar
Okay,
yelling at it.
I want to nod to Luis to grab him.
She does, pretty handedly, puts a pistol to his temple.
Okay. I'm just gonna kind of motion her to walk over to kind of the off side of the warehouse in maybe an alley offshoot or something.
Yep.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna mark my first load of the game.
Nice.
I'm going to also flash a pistol on my hip.
Excellent. Excellent.
Okay. And I'm just gonna call out. What'd you get thrown out for?
He looks at you and he's like, I don't have to answer to you.
Frankly, you do, because it's not looking too hot for you right now.
You think I fear death? You think I fear your pistol?
Probably not. But you know what? You probably would fear worse. A lot of people being disappointed that you didn't do what you were sent here to do.
How do you know what it is I was sent here to do?
Well, seeing how everyone's collecting bets and walking out with happy pockets and full stomachs, you clearly didn't do anything.
You misunderstand me.
Okay. Then why are you here?
Says, my intentions don't need to be shared with you. And he begins to walk away from you.
I'm gonna nod to Luis. Like, hold them.
She slams him into the wall. And he just smiles. Do what you will.
What's your end game here?
As I said before, I don't have to share that with you.
Alright, then. Well, I am going to...
What are you doing with your pistol?
I'm just kind of keeping it on my hip. I'm going to draw it. I'm
Okay.
aiming at him now.
Okay.
I, change anything?
Oh, you're gonna aim it at him?
Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely does. Roll me fortune real quick.
Okay.
God,
How many dice?
cards.
Just one. 6.
Oh.
He reaches for your pistol, but you're able to pull it back right before he grabs it from your hand. Louise stabs a dagger through his arm as he does that, almost pinning it to a wall. He does not flinch in any sort of pain whatsoever, as his arm is now stuck into the brick or the mortar.
Okay.
With
It's
a dagger.
time for Colts.
I was just thinking that. Seems your wits are as slow as your hands.
Well, I'm not familiar to this body.
Oh, wait.
Ooh, okay, alright. We got something now. Okay. So you're a thief.
No, I'm just taking what belongs to no one.
Then we can level with that.
As he says that, bluish, greenish vapor comes out of his eye sockets, his mouth, and his ears. Luis looks to you for instruction, obviously perturbed.
I'm on a roll sway here.
Just wait.
Okay. You came here for a reason, and seems we can't threaten you with mortal means. You interested in something? There's probably a reason why you are here. You want to help each other out?
Before anything else happens, he was looking up with the vapors coming out of his eyes and his mouth, and he looks back at you, and in the most haunting visage you may have ever seen, and he says, "You should be careful what you do with ghosts." And then the spirit rips out from his face and rockets into the wall behind you guys, and the body that Louise props up falls dead. Its arm's still stuck to the wall.
I'm just gonna kind of cock back my pistol and look at Luis and be like, "Well, that was interesting." I think that was a warranted warning, as I'm just gonna start stowing my pistol away and be like, we should probably go check on the others.
Sure.
I want to actually, can I try and push the body to a alcove or something that might be in an alley or something? I want to keep that for later because
Sure.
that person may be of note on why they're possessed.
Sure. Comp, you wanted to fast forward and do some RP,
Yeah, go ahead.
and then
Sorry.
Yeah, so provided
You're good.
nothing else cataclysmic happens and I can get a moment alone with Ben at some point,
yes.
Yep.
Cobb finds Ben alone. Presumably the warehouse has been emptied of crowds and all that.
On note, you'll actually, with that's tick up, you'll actually see Ben tinkering with one of the corpses.
And with my last load, I produce a pistol. Shaking like a leaf, I just put my hand on his shoulder, stick it up under his chin, and in a very quiet but very serious voice say, "Do not ever pull that sort of shit ever again. It got Vidar hurt. It could have, for God's sake, gotten him killed, and that is the best possible situation. If you pull some shit like that again, I'm pulling this trigger, because I tell you what, I am far more scared of whatever comes with tinkering with ghosts and that than I am of you. You hear me? Do not tempt the fates. She does not need the excuse."
I've heard this before.
Ben hasn't moved from tinkering with the corpse, and just side eyes up. Well, his eyes are black, so you don't even see his eyes really move. But just kind of tilts his head up. I assume the gun follows his neck as he does so. Loud and clear. A show was supposed to be performed, and a show got performed. And whatever mess I made, I'll clean it up.
And I'm gonna go find some morphine.
Louise notices Vidar down and runs over to assess the situation. Takes a quick pulse, and just is in shock about how such a big man could go down.
Can I saunter over at that point?
Yeah,
It's
you
an
also
act.
see
It's an
what's
act.
happened.
Okay.
Can I,
I want to kind of frantically rush over and realize why he's on the ground.
Sure, yeah, you all check on Vidar. Cobb, you were gonna do something.
Right. The front of his body has been blendered. Like, he had armor, and it doesn't exist anymore because he was blendered.
Okay.
I was just gonna
A
ask
streak
if
of
I, as a
blood comes
player,
down from Vidar's nose. What were you gonna ask?
I was just gonna ask if I, as a player, could dip out here.
Yes,
I
you
feel
can,
like
of course.
it's done.
Alright.
Can I? So, I assume 2 XP for arcane meeting challenges with arcane powers.
Yeah.
And then can I get 1 for background and heritage and backstory stuff? I pulled
Yeah.
a gun on Ben.
Not even so much for that, for the she. She doesn't need
yeah.
yeah, I really dug that. So yeah, that's good.
Okay, very cool, very cool. All right, I get a playbook advancement,
Bling.
and
Level
very
2.
cool. This was very fun, very stressful. Thank you all for
Yeah.
playing.
I'm
Catch you on the flip
stressed.
side.
All right.
Bye, Kyle.
Bye.
Peace.
Peace. Yeah, we won't take too much longer. We'll
Yeah.
do downtime later because I'm gonna put the game on as well, but I don't care about catching the start of it. So
Yeah.
So
You guys-
I at least just wanted to rush over to Vidar.
mhm.
Are any of the birds lingering still?
Yeah, well, the thing about Ben hopping up and sort of like claiming this was all part of the show is that some people have come back. There's no really security working the door anymore. So some people have ran for their lives, which is actually great for you guys because you get to keep their money if they want to bet. But some people have come back to claim their winnings, which are quite handsome on the title card. Some people come back and don't know who won, so they're asking like, what
No,
happened.
like Aaron coming back. So unsafe. Okay.
Of a sort, people are very careful coming in to claim their money. Pinching scales is very important to these people, so they're definitely here to get their winnings if they can.
I'll leave it to or not to Cobb, but to the Madam and Korvac.
Yep.
Right. Right. I'll leave it to the Madam and Korvac, and I'm going to not fireman's carry, but like fireman's aid Vidar back to the scale. And I'm gonna. Is he awake or is he unconscious?
He's unconscious.
All right.
Before you start picking up, I wanted to just like call out over to one of the birds. I'm like, get him something to drink.
I'll fix him up. Don't you worry. I'll fix up your leg too. I've got a little idea in mind, and I'm gonna just
Don't
start hobbling.
bring water. Shine. He responds to shine.
Sure. One of the birds comes over with a flask. She tilts it back down Vidar's lips for a minute. Vidar, you feel something stir within you. Your eyes flicker open for just a moment. You might have a second to get a word in before you black out again. And you also feel like you're going to throw up.
Oh, no, I just smile and all his teeth are covered in blood. And
Yes.
there's probably one that's a little chipped and he just smiles.
Sure. Yep, and you pass back out.
Madman's in ecstasy.
Don't worry, buddy. I got you.
All right, well, you can pick him up, Jacob. I guess we're gonna try and make our way out here. I am probably gonna stick around. And is Cersei still anywhere to be found?
Yeah, she never left her seat, surprisingly. All four of her bodyguards. Still with her, looking determined.
I'm gonna march over to her entourage and be like, well, did we deliver?
Oh, certainly. I don't think that was part of the plan, though.
There was some improv.
Well, none of my people got hurt, so I guess I'm okay with a little bit of improv, as you say.
But you see the potential in our venture now.
The potential for a lot of people to get killed? Yes.
I only see a profit ceiling. Maybe we need to buff up our security measures and do quite a few more things to make sure it's successful, but the interest was there.
She has her men walk her down the bleachers to like get within eye level of you, and she stands up on her crutches that she uses to, balance herself. It's really just more of a balancing thing rather than it is like she can still kind of stand on her own legs. And she looks at you, and then she looks back towards Vidar, and she says, and that's part of your profit ceiling?
Like I said, we need to expand our security a bit more. Everyone knew what they were signing up for when they signed into this.
Well, all I know is you're not paying my men enough for level security. That if a man like Vidar Veladson can go down at one of these things.
I kind of want to point the attention over to the betting piles of just uncollected wager and stuff to be dished out. And I'm just saying, probably won't be an issue.
And she looks at you and says, well, I sure hope not. And then she signals to her men. They produce her chair and have her sit down in it as she goes out. And she's like, I wish you a good night, Cassius.
As to you as well.
And they go out.
All right.
You can tick off Grinder's networking clock right there for that.
Or like I get a tick on it, or I finished it.
You get a tick.
Okay. All right. Good.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Well done.
At this point, probably just to conclude, I am gonna go like with a quick recap. I'm gonna talk to Cormac, and I'm just gonna be like, just get an assessment of the damages. I'll speak to some friends at North Hook over the next couple of days. Make sure we get things fixed up here. So
Cormac looks around, very concerned, very confused, looks slightly haunted, and he goes, "Well, I've seen a couple of scraps in my time, but this is quite out of hand."
I live for this impression.
I'll nod and say it's definitely new for me too, but I'm just gonna kind of double tap him on the shoulder and then make my way back to the scale.
Sure. I'll have to get a clip of the impression and send it to Hammy. This is my best bet at trying to play you.
So do you do anything back at the scale, or just downtime begins?
Downtime, yep, will begin. You guys have officially cleared the score, and we will apply.
Which, by the way, now everyone can heal, but I have to make the roll.
Okay, so quick specification. Let's do the gang level up first, then we'll worry about individual stuff.
Yeah, I was just gonna say
last score in Crowsfoot. We didn't get anything from that.
Didn't get anything like you mean
like on the tree, on like the
on the tree. Yeah. Give me a second. What would you want to get from the tree?
Oh, I'm saying for the last one, for the last score.
No, you didn't get anything off the tree because you didn't do anything to get anything off the tree. Yeah, like it was more like it just nothing you did or do anything
like
there.
This would have to be local graft, so we get +2 coin for show of force or socialize. So like this is like the first like major social event we put on, because like it seems like it is a local graft. Like this is our business.
It sounds like we made a lot of money.
Yeah, I don't think we like acquired new turf by any means, but we definitely
No.
put on the first show and learned a lot about it. So like the only other options we have right now is turf, surplus caches, vice den, or personal clothier, which I don't think any of those fit
Yeah,
at
I
all.
would say that now that this place has been outfitted and marketed as a gambling den, you can use it as a gambling den, or you can do the local graft to sort of pile on the coin here. Um, you know, and I don't know, it was basically a show of force, but also was sort of a show that was kind of out of hand too. So I don't know.
That's true. I mean, I think it makes sense as local graph for flavor purposes. I guess that's okay.
I know the Vice Den has been like the #1 wish list item for a
Yeah, I
long
know the
time,
Vice
though.
Den
So you're
is
definitely gonna want to run that by Cobb Cormac and the Madam.
I know the Vice Den has been like that, but I don't know. I just get a different vibe from like I guess the word Vice Den. Vice Den to me seems like this is a place for like employees and other people to blow off steam safely. Like this is how we make money. So
Right.
like this seems like
Well,
a
it just gives you extra coin in the downtime.
I know
actually.
I'm like just talking RP here, not like mechanical bonus at all. Like yeah, I think the Vice Den mechanic's better, but like it's just
Well, I'm saying they both earn you coin, is what I'm trying to say. Like, so, yeah.
heat equals coin and down.
Yes, they both earn you coin. Setting up a Vice Den earns you coin passively after every score.
So does the graph just give you +2 coin flat?
Like right now, yeah, just gives you 2
that's
coin
it.
like right now. Yep.
All right, so Vice Den. All right.
Well, and every time you show a force or socialize type thing, but
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we'll talk about that later.
yeah, I
then.
definitely would
What's
say.
the heat from this?
The heat is going to be 4, another
All right,
4.
we're one off a wanted. Too.
Yeah, just because of how loud this whole thing was and how far the story of this will travel.
Yeah.
The rep will fill that up, so that'll be 6 to fill it, or 2 more to fill it, and then it'll clear out, and you guys will gain. You are now a tier 1 crew or whatever. What was that?
I'm sorry.
The
what's
rep.
What did we gain?
2.
2. Okay, so
So now you've leveled it up.
okay, so
Two.
we're not there yet, but
No, you are. You can clear that out, and you can level
oh,
up.
so we do.
Yes, your reputation will help you in certain engagements and stuff.
So where do I write reputation?
You just put it right here and then tick this away. Like that. Oh, I guess it just kicks up like that, doesn't it? That's
Oh,
weird.
so no, I just take it off and then where? I'm just trying to look. Where do I put it?
I don't know. That's weird. We'll figure it out later. But remember that. 2 rep for this job. Coin. You guys are gonna get 4 coin for this. Big payday.
But
You cap out. Oh, you gotta pay out. Oh yeah, you
2
gotta
of
pay
them
out.
go to Helker.
Yes, exactly. You're gonna start off with 4 coin.
Oh, sorry. One other thing, just the body that I stowed in the alcove. I want to try to get back to the scale.
Yep,
I
you
know
can,
it's
yep, you
little
can do
bit,
that. You can do that.
That's
You can drag it
One-
back.
Wonderful, because I'm gonna need a body.
I mean, it actually. I am probably 99% sure that this body is not going to erupt in a spirit because one just left. So
Yes, it
that
is most likely.
that is, I think that's a safe assumption to make.
Yep.
No, I need it for medical uses.
You guys still have a good strong hold here. No one is trying to take away from you just yet.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Keep going.
Oh yeah, I'm just looking for anything else that's left to give or to take away. 2 rep per score by default.
Crew advancement XP.
We got
I
things.
think we get 3 maybe here.
Acquire
because
product supply, execute clandestine, execute. Did that
It's
one.
covert sales technically,
Yeah.
I guess.
Attempt with challenges above your current situation.
That's
No.
also,
Eh,
wait, what?
I wouldn't say so on that one. You guys prepared for that one. Pretty good.
Oh, okay,
This was
that was
at your station. Bolster your crew's rep though, definitely.
so-
Express the goals or essential nature, yes. So I'd say 3 and level your crew up to a tier
Okay.
1 crew. Which is in the top middle.
top middle. Oh, tier 1.
Yep,
Okay.
you're tier 1
So our
crew
rep-
now.
So wait, our rep is daring right now. Does it go up based on the reputation scaling?
I don't know how that works.
Okay, so the rep,
I'll look into it for rep.
so we get a new special ability for the tier going up, right? Is that
Yeah.
it? Or,
Yeah, you do.
Or do we get any new crew upgrades with that too? Or
We looked into that. I can't exactly remember how it goes. I think you either get like a crew upgrade or a special ability.
Okay.
I'll look into it.
Okay. I guess we'll finish that one. I guess we'll do the individual.
Sure, yeah, definitely. I know. I don't know. I don't want to like speed through it. I just want to make sure you guys know what you got for that type of stuff. But as far as like upgrades and stuff like that, I definitely can. We can talk that out in ICC for sure.
Okay. All right. I guess you want to go with Bilbo first. Need to determine the trauma.
Yeah. So you didn't die, obviously. We can clear that out.
W.
Your stress tracker is reset to 0. So you just you have 1 trauma and 0 stress now.
Okay, I took 2 from the roll. Does that 2 not carry over?
It just overflows into trauma, and you get sent back to, you get sent back to 0.
Okay. All right.
Waking up from unconsciousness sort of just clears it out.
Sure.
Cold, haunted, obsessed, paranoid, reckless, soft. What if I said soft? I feel like that's like trauma number 3 for Vidar. It's just
He
like
loses his fire.
right, yeah. What do you think would best justify?
What are my
this?
options? Cold, haunted, obsessed, paranoid, reckless, soft, unstable, vicious.
I'm definitely thinking something along the spectral lines, but I mean,
I feel like it would be paranoid, and he would like he wants his vice is becoming more controlling of him. He wants to be more prepared and stuff. So like for this downtime, I'm going to choose to indulge in my vice even though I have no stress, because he is asininely concerned now.
Funny enough, now
about
that you have a
the
trauma, if you
supernatural.
don't involve in your vice, you get 1 stress.
Yeah, perfect.
the thing is though, is you
Okay,
are at 0 stress, so even if you just roll vice, like you're gonna overindulge, guaranteed.
Right, but he's saying that as part of his.
Yeah, I mean, like it makes sense as part of the character. I mean, it just depends if you'd allow him to like just not stress.
Well, I thought you only overindulge if you roll a 6.
No, it's if you just go over
If
the
you
current.
exceed the amount of stress you currently have with your vice roll, you suffer an entanglement. So some sort of negative consequence happens as a result. It's not like a stress consequence or something like that. It's like from a chart.
Okay.
Attract trouble. You raise the heat of the crew.
Okay, so I guess I won't indulge in the vice thing because that doesn't really make sense, but I'll say that one of my 2 downtime activities is just spent at Madame Raz's, like, perusing any sort of protection, whatever that he can find and figure out, and I just lose some progression I might get.
Maybe that's like a clock or something. I don't know.
No, it's just a character trait now. Yeah. So I like that. I like that for your downtime. You could also use that as a way to sharpen a skill. As training. But from now on out, just remember that Vidar is more paranoid than he was before. Whereas
Sure.
Ben has his trauma as well.
We can only train once, right?
Yep.
Downtime. That's dumb. Just saying.
Yeah.
I mean, you can
Well,
train.
you can train different trees.
Yes,
but
you
not
can train
the
different
same tree.
trees. You can't.
Oh.
Yeah, you can train prowess and insight, or resolve and prowess, but you can't. Train,
And then how
you
does
can't
healing
double
work here?
So you have a 4-phase clock,
Yeah.
which is now at 0.
Yeah.
And I guess Ben can offer some help as a physiker.
Yeah, which we would have had to have tried to find a healer beforehand after doing some reading. This doesn't take up any of my downtime action though, which is the nice part.
That's cool. But yeah, he can help you put ticks into that clock with rolls. Basically, is what we're getting towards here.
Okay, do I spend a downtime doing that?
No.
I don't.
For healing?
If you want to go see a healer to double down on it. Or wait, yeah, I guess he would.
No, healing
I'm
is
very
definitely
confused.
a downtime activity.
Okay, then yeah.
Also, it says less effect and my filled in concussed. Does that impact my gameplay at all?
Whenever you roll an attack.
Like all of my rolls have been not standard, but the one below that.
Limited. So
Limited,
your rolls
thank
would
you.
be at limited effect. Until
Okay.
How long's our downtime before the next session?
ICC
Okay.
time?
In-game days, yeah.
Usually I say 2 days for default, but we can extend it if you need a week or something like that. But I wouldn't go more than a week.
Would you say my ankle's healed by the time next one rolls around in like a couple
Definitely,
days?
yeah. As long as people don't want to fight for less ICC time.
Well,
I'm just
but
gonna
it all just depends on the the heal. rules
Right.
as
I want
well.
to. Yeah. I want to figure out how this healing stuff works.
So, I would roll a tinker roll to heal you. It would take up your downtime, and if it's 1 to 3, it only heals 1. If it's 4 to 5, it heals 2, and if it's 6, it heals 3. If I critical, then it's 4. So it would just clear your level.
Okay.
Yes.
And there's no downside per se. I just.
No, if he
Okay.
fails the check, you don't like break your leg worse. No.
Sure. Okay. I'm happy to spend the downtime doing that.
Okay.
All right. I will go ahead
roll
and
tinker.
roll for the. What Ben is doing, just for like a little bit of visualization, is just he's got a corpse next to him, and he's looking at Vidar's damage, and then is looking at the corpse, makes a similar wound, and then just fixing it on the corpse to see how it would work on Vidar.
I'm concussed, so I'm concerned how you're doing that. But
I also need you to not obliterate this corpse because I do need to study it. I do.
Oh, well, we'll say it was one of the other corpses because we had corpses and spirits as well. So, I will go ahead and roll a tinker roll.
2 6s.
Who won?
Okay.
Dead.
Question first. Can I heal myself first so I have a better chance of? Well, it's not actually rolling anything.
No, it's just the number.
Yeah, it's just the number. So never mind.
Mhm.
And I get a bonus die to this from the effect of everyone in the crew gets an extra d6 to the healing roll.
2
That-
6s.
So I get an extra die,
3 6s.
and bada boom, bada bing. There's a
Oh
6
my
in there.
God.
Wow! Holy fuck!
Sure, so your clock
you'll heal
fills
3.
to 3.
All right.
It's just-
So if
and-
you healed again, it would guarantee getting that taken care of.
And I just spend my downtime doing that.
Yep.
Okay, I'll do that. I'm happy to do that.
Okay.
I'm just gonna roll it for fun.
Vidar takes it easy this downtime.
Sure. Nurse the
Whee!
wound. Another 6.
All right.
Easily.
And the trauma just means I get 1 stress from downtime, right?
If you don't indulge in your vice, right?
So technically you would.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
whoosh,
All right.
one ticks up. Yep.
Okay.
Cool.
That is everything from me. I do need to dip out as well.
Sure.
Alright.
But
Well,
it has
thanks
been
for listening.
wonderfully fun. And I'll see y'all soon.
Thanks for your time. Thanks for
All right,
playing.
deuces.
See ya.
All right, you need a healing.
No, it's a sprained ankle. It's probably the 2 days will be fine. If that's what I'm assuming.
I assumed it wasn't healed until you.
Yeah, you probably
Got it.
do need to nurse it to finish it off.
Yeah, because
So I would have to spend
You
one.
guys
down.
didn't have a way of healing prior to this, so I've just was kind of allowing like latent healing.
Okay. Well, I mean, okay. So my clock was at 2 already,
Yeah.
and by the next downtime, if I don't do anything, will it just be like 3 or something?
Per the rules of the book, you do not heal unless you take a downtime activity. I don't know if I like that personally, just because like you've rest a sprained ankle.
well, because if we're doing like a tick a day for like level 1 injuries, I would be fully healed at this point.
Could I argue to potentially progress the Grinders networking clock to at least just try and go I guess, like, play cards or just, like, drink with people? Basically do a lot of low active walking activities to claim of resting it, but...
Sure. You can do that for 1 tick, I'd say. You wouldn't be able to fully heal it.
Okay.
And you can remove your damage, Ben.
Okay.
Well, let me think about it. I'm just trying to think. So, if I have Ben heal it, odds are it's just going to fail, probably. I mean, it'll be fine, because if I take a downtime to heal it... I'm at 2 ticks on the clock, and it's a level 1, so...
Yeah, and I'm rolling 4
Honestly,
die.
I might just keep it. I mean, I do want to start training. And I need to roll Vice. That needs to happen.
Yeah, I am right there with you on that.
How do
I'm
you
at-
choose? How do you choose?
Now.
And the pressure's only going to get thicker every session.
True. Alright. I will start with indulging Vice.
Sure.
I am going to,
My goal is to have you guys coming home with full stress counters, multiple
I'm at full
harms,
stress con.
multiple harms, heat to deal with.
It's the wet dream.
Yes.
Okay. This is probably just going to be my vice engagement. So, did you let me do this in the first downtime where I could network with the grinders and do
While doing your vice.
Do I do that again or no?
Yeah, it just depends on how you roll here.
Okay, here's the vice. Oh my
Oh.
god,
Pain.
man.
Pain!
Every time I go drinking with the grinders, this happens.
The pain. Well, this is how this works. You only burn the one vice, but because you're not getting that drunk, you're able to network pretty efficiently.
So
Who currently has 7 stress? Oof.
Yeah, I told you, man. We're up there right now. Can I back-to-back indulge?
Yeah, definitely.
Twice.
But that's
Yeah,
all your
guarantee it,
downtime.
not overindulging.
This one won't work for the networking.
Now,
This
so
one won't work for the networking, though.
yeah, I don't think it would. God, I really want to start training prowess though. But all right, that's the thing. Is like I do want to have a stress bank, but like I think I need the stress bank because I feel like the next arc is I'm going to like we need social skills for that. Like the past 2 sessions have definitely been cob fueled activities.
Well, these have been very occult, yes.
Yeah, and I have been able to take a back seat.
Now the gang should be able to. I mean, I guess if you choose Vice, then
I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna indulge my vice again.
Sure.
Most of this secondary round is just kind of, I guess, coping with my encounter with the individual in the alley.
The husk.
Okay, I'll take that. That's not
Nice, yeah.
I'm only at 3 now. That's what I started this one at. So
Yeah.
okay.
Perfect. I'll try harder to give you trauma next time. Promise. All right.
So my XP mark. I took 2, I think, because you just told me twice, I think, during the session to take 2 for like deception influence. challenge.
Yeah. You got your 2 for your skill or rolls.
Can I argue for my speech in the beginning of the session for heritage expression or just background?
Oh, bringing the wine over.
Oh yeah, and I guess
And
just
then
kind of
yeah, that was vulnerable. Yeah.
okay. That's one, and then I think that's really about it.
Sure.
Yeah, I didn't roll any desperate actions.
Did you level up or no?
No, I'm like 1 off.
Damn, we needed to get you a desperate.
Say, oh yeah, you don't get a playbook advancement for that XP though.
Nope, that's just for.
Oh yeah, that's right. The desperate goes into the skill.
It was because last session I just absolutely blundered and like didn't do anything. So I only got like 2 last session. So I was like behind everybody from the last one.
It's all right. Your time to shine is coming. Gotta get out of these blasted docks.
Whenever we do a B&E, that will be Ben's.
Yeah,
time.
gotta get to those out of these blasted fucking docks, Cassius, and you can actually.
I mean, I feel like our rep going up to 1 and like starting to do this. I feel like we're probably gonna draw some eyes from new people, and like this probably next score. Like I honestly like. It's kind of on us, I think, to go look for stuff because now we're getting to the point that we realize we have a good venture, but we need to make sure it's actually safe, and that's gonna come talking to some much stronger people.
Right. Cool.
Well, I think that's everything for my character.
Awesome. Well done.
I'll stick around for a bit, but
sure.
All right. So for me, I'm definitely indulging in a vice. I'm at 9. If I recall correctly.
Damn it! I almost had him again.
Yeah, you almost had me. Almost had me. So we're gonna definitely indulge in a vice, with no bonuses. Yeah.
It's going around. It's going around. Man, this looks bad. I gotta get a picture of this. Oof.
And we're double dipping in vices. Okay.
You both at 3.
I
mean, I will take that because I was at 9.
I think 3 is a really good magic number because
I just really love the fact that nobody's being able to get anything else fucking done because they just have to burn off so much stress.
I think 3 is a good number to be at because if you have to just out the gate resist a harm, you can do it. You can.
Yeah, exactly.
That is a good hovering.
Like how Vidar had to just fucking negate a level 2 stress.
Yeah. So.
A level 3 harm.
He
knocked back a level 3 harm with a combination of armors and resistance.
I am tempted for. the trauma, faster play.
Yeah, and then double checking XP with you. I had the one for calling the four person free for all, or the 4 goes free for all. I had the other one for saving Vidar, and then the only one that I could even possibly try and say was, let me just double check here.
The black salt, yeah, you said the black salt one for saving Vidar, right?
Yep, that was the second one.
Sure.
And then the only other one that I could even maybe try and argue with, but I don't really think it is riling up the crowd each fight. But I don't think that.
I gotta stop being careful with my social situations. Start being a little bit more stupid.
Yeah, I wondered if you would try to like influence the crowd at all at any point to like bet more or something like that.
Kind of seemed like out of my influence. I kind of felt
Expertise.
overwhelmed.
I didn't know that. I honestly didn't anticipate Ben becoming the MC of the event. I thought you might do it, but
No, yeah.
but
All right. Well, I think that's everything then.
Cool.
Yes, sir.
Abby's coming in to check on me.
Yeah. All right. Well, I still have my sprained ankle,
Yeah.
which will probably only be an issue until suddenly I need it to not be an issue.
All right,
I'm
peace
coming.
out, boys. I gotta make some dinner.
All right, we'll end it here. Thanks everybody for tuning in.
Thanks.